Another day, another stream. Ah, that shit tough.
Caught you doing what? You know.
Masturbation is a form of witchcraft.
Sorry, I was just getting a snack. Then I noticed the maple syrup lady looks like a Shanti, and I told you I can't control myself.
Ladies, if you're unhappy in your relationship, go get...
Your face is glowing. Did you get a facial or something?
I masturbated all afternoon.
Don't masturbate to see what happens.
You're controlling your own pleasure.
Is that a hair gel?
Yeah.
Great.
No.
Yeah.
Because you are destroying yourself every time you release.
In 2023, it may seem like masturbation isn't controversial, but it is. And for most of history, the subject has influenced politics, society, medicine, and culture. Why has masturbation been so taboo? Why is it important? How have historical views on masturbation impacted approximately 80% of American penises? How has masturbation got someone fired from their job? Do you eat food once considered an aphrodisiac? Make sure you check out past episodes of Let's Talk About Sex History and like this video and subscribe. I am super proud that this video is sponsored by Beducated. I love Beducated because not only have they helped me produce a black woman's history of pinup and burlesque and a political and cultural history of oral sex, but also because their inclusive and quality courses are amazing for beginners and seasoned professionals. It's okay to have questions about your body and your pleasure, but sometimes the information readily available online isn't always accurate. Do you have questions about your vulva or your sexual response cycle? What about maintaining a healthy pH balance or expanding your Kegel exercise repertoire? If you want to commit yourself to sexual pleasure and having more sexual knowledge in 2023 and beyond, Beducated is the perfect place to start, especially because they're offering a New Year's sale. Not only can you get 40% off the yearly pass with my coupon code ELEXIS, but you can try all Beducated courses for 1 day free. And there's amazing stuff on there, with over 100 courses from the world's top experts on topics like anal sex and squirting to, highly relevant to this episode, vulva masturbation techniques, the self-pleasure journey, and healthy porn watching. The vulva masturbation techniques course even includes a guide to sex toys and lube. Invest in your pleasure from just $10 a month, and you can even get a 14-day money-back guarantee. If you get 40% off with my code ELEXIS, this discount will be locked in for life. It's not only for the first year, but forever. Click the link in my
Her name is Alexis. Did you get that?
Get Beducated today.
Not Alexis. Alexis.
Masturbation is likely as old as sexual intercourse is. There are works of art from 3000 BC onward depicting dildos. A 28,000-year-old sculpted phallus was discovered in Germany in 2005 and is theorized to have been a multi-tool or a sex toy, clocking in at a somewhat impressive 7.8 inches. In some versions of the Egyptian creation myth, the god Atum created the universe by masturbating. Egypt was a civilization in the Mesopotamian for approximately 3,000 years. And central to
What?
the empire was the Nile River because it provided transportation, food, and water. It was super important to Egyptians that the river never run dry. Ancient Egyptian pharaohs were alleged to participate in fertility festivals in which crowds of people would watch as the pharaoh masturbated into the water. Other men would follow when the pharaoh was finished. This festival is contested among historians, but even if not true, the legend demonstrates the historical importance attached to semen via urban legend. Sperm vitality plays an important role in the history of masturbation, by the way. More historically verifiable, Egyptians were early practitioners of female genital mutilation, which no doubt impacted the self-pleasure possibilities of girls and women. Wrote the Greek physician Galen, when the clitoris sticks out out to a great extent in their young women. Egyptians consider it appropriate to cut it out. The ancient Greeks and Romans were generally okay with masturbation, especially when a man had no other outlet, though they also believed that too much male sexual activity could weaken the body and stunt growth. But this didn't stop people like one graffiti writer in the doomed city of Pompeii who wrote, "When my worries oppress my body, with my left hand I release my pent-up fluids." There was the Greek philosopher Diogenes the Cynic, who was noted for masturbating in public and censured for it. He justified his actions by saying, "If only it were as easy to banish hunger by rubbing my belly." Interestingly, this public obscenity offense was on the same level as Diogenes eating in public, showing the Greeks may have been more concerned with public acts than masturbation itself. Both Greeks and Romans made dildos out of stone, leather, or wood.
Out of
and used
stone?
olive oil for lubrication. There are even ancient Greek inscriptions that discuss bread,
Smooth
dildos,
stone.
which may or may not have been a joke. Several
Like
sources
real
say that
smooth.
ancient Roman and Greek men enjoyed watching their wives or other women masturbate, and then when going off to war, they present their wives with dildos. Mills von Driel translated the satirical 1st century dialogues of the courtesans in his book With the Hand, noting that one courtesan begs another to reveal the name of the master leather worker who produces such high quality goods. In Aristophanes' play Lysistrata, Greek women went on a sex strike to end the ongoing Peloponnesian War and discussed using dildos to tackle their sexual desires without breaking their protest. The Greeks and Romans of antiquity weren't the only ones with dildos either. A bronze double-sided dildo was found in a Han Dynasty tomb from 200 BC and is believed to have been used by concubines or aristocratic women. So remember how in the last episode of Let's Talk About Sex History, ancient Taoists in China were down with oral sex? Well, that isn't the case for masturbation. Wrote Kate Lister in A Curious History of Sex. A key belief within Taoism is seminal vitality and that semen must not leave the body, but be reabsorbed to nourish the brain. While a man is encouraged to have sex, he must not orgasm if the life force is to be preserved. A similar belief about sperm vitality is key to early Judeo-Christian beliefs as well.
See, me and Janelle got us one of them open marriages, like in France.
Oh, right, in Europe.
And I would really like that open marriage to include raise new life.
What?
Now, look, that's in the Bible.
Really?
Genesis 38, verse 8.
Really?
In the book of Genesis, Judah ordered his second son, Onan, to marry and impregnate Tamar, his dead brother's wife. Onan pulled out when laying with Tamar, spilling his seed and pissing God off enough to kill him. This passage has been central to prohibiting masturbation and making methods of contraception taboo, because both have been perceived as wasting one's seed. One 13th century theologian and philosopher, St. Thomas Aquinas, listed masturbation as one of the 4 unnatural vices, along with sodomy, non-missionary and non-procreative sex, and bestiality. Not everyone in the church agreed with this, and penitentials for masturbation usually advised 20 to 30 days of fasting for the offender if they were male. Women who used erotic devices did penance for a year. By the way, in Islam, the Quran does not mention masturbation, so views on the practice vary, with most considering it to be haram or prohibited unless performed by, for example, married soldiers away at war who need to stay chaste while missing their wives, or in other certain scenarios. Because of the premium placed on sperm, female masturbation in Judeo-Christian society would be slightly less concerning, though of course not unscrutinized. In the 4th century, the influential St. Jerome called women sexually insatiable, that when you quench their passion, it immediately bursts into flame again. As detailed by Jeffrey R. Stone in Sex and the Constitution, some medieval observers warned that the innate sexual insatiability of women might drive them to use dildos. An 11th century bishop insisted that women be interrogated on whether or not they had used, quote, a device in the form of the male sexual organ, the dimensions being calculated to give you pleasure. In addition to religiosity, attitudes about masturbation also depended on region and era. What was going on at the time? Wrote Neil Burton, alternative and divergent sexual practices such as masturbation and same-sex love are associated with periods of peace and prosperity. In unstable times with high infant mortality, the spilling of semen may be perceived as unnecessary, extravagant, or wasteful. By the 16th century, specialty dildos were being made in the West using ivory and silver, and they were being mentioned in English and Italian texts. Wrote John Marston in his satires of Elizabethan England, she scorns her husband's lukewarm bed because her leisure being hurried and isolating coach with glassy instrument doth far exceed the patina blandishment, aka coitus. Basically, the glass dick was more appealing than sex with her her husband. Here we see the fear that often historically accompanied female sexual pleasure, an ability to achieve independence through that self-pleasure and becoming less interested in men. It's no wonder that erotic literature would fantasize over the solitary sex lives of nuns, who Italian writer Pietro Aretino accused of using dildos in the 1500s to, quote, quell the gnawing flesh. Convents were the primary place in the Middle Ages where women could achieve a degree of independence and power in a world away from men. If I were a woman in medieval Europe, I'd definitely go be a nun rather than, say, a farmer's wife or anybody's wife for that matter. How would I get my pleasure, you ask? I mean, in France, there's an ivory and wood dildo fitted with a plunger for ejaculation dated from the 18th century, and it was found not in a brothel or family home, but a convent. Though they were expected to be celibate, more than a few nuns masturbated and or participated in other sexual activities. According to Thomas Lacour in Solitary Sex, the first appearance in English of the word masturbation was in 1621 in Robert Burton's The Anatomy of Melancholy, when describing the habits of celibate women. It appeared as masturbations. Throughout the medieval witch hunts, it was not uncommon for accusations of masturbation to be hurled at women outside of traditional gender norms. By the 17th century, hollow glass dildos that could be filled with warm water, milk, or even urine were called gonomishes, and I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that. Drag me if you must. These were supposedly to simulate a cream pie for the user. Sex toys weren't just for women. When the rapist, child predator, and philosopher Marquis de Sade was imprisoned in the Vincennes and Bastille prisons from 1777 to 1789, his wife brought him not just his favorite foods, but dildos of ivory, polished rosewood, and wax that no doubt kept him company while he wrote his depraved literature and became the origin story for the word sadism. And dildos weren't the only things available. For French and Spanish sailors in the 16th century doomed to be on ships for long periods of time, there were sex dolls made with old clothes or rags. According to Julie Beck, when Dutch sailors later sold such dolls to the Japanese, they were called Dutch sea wives. Speaking of the Japanese, shunga art featuring masturbating women existed in the Edo and Meiji periods from 1600 to 1912. These often showed toys and other items like the squid mentioned in the history of oral sex. Take 1765's aroused geisha pleasing herself with mushrooms, or 1823's female masturbating with a dildo. There's even a tongue-in-cheek shunga titled A Secluded Masturbating Courtesan While Reading a Shunga Book from the 1840s. In the early 17th century, during the Dutch Golden Age, the Dutch artist Rembrandt created works that alluded to masturbation, like several other artists who would draw women and sometimes men with a suggestive hand placed on or near the genitals. Take the 16th century Renaissance pieces The Sleeping Venus by Italian painter Giorgione, or The Venus of Urbino by the Italian painter Titian. The writer Mark Twain would describe the Venus of Urbino the filthiest and most obscene thing he had ever seen because of the attitude of one of her arms and hand. Mark Twain wrote this in the 1880s during a period of intense anti-masturbation fever sweeping America, thanks to Enlightenment era ideas that had been formulating in the past century. During the Enlightenment era and beyond, religiosity and the growing field of medicine would collide to create a new hostility for masturbation. Between 1712 and 1716, a pamphlet titled Onania, or The Heinous Sin of Self-Pollution, was first published in London, likely by a surgeon and con man named John Martin. In addition to providing fearful superstitions, the follow-up edition provided erotic-leaning testimonials from readers about how masturbation had ruined their lives. The pamphlet was available in America by 1724 and would later sit on Thomas Jefferson's shelves at Monticello. At the time, Britain had a number of fancy sex clubs, including one called the most ancient and puissant order of the Beggar's Venison in Maryland. No, I'm not joking. The club lasted from 1732 to 1836, and for one's initiation, a new member had to masturbate along with roughly 24 other men into a pewter platter that still exists today and is housed along with the club's extensive memos at St. Andrews University Museum outside of Edinburgh, Scotland. The club would have lavish dinners, read a wide variety of literature, and hire young women to sit naked for the men's observation, who would then masturbate but never touch the woman. Clearly, masturbation was happening. But onania was followed by the more influential onanism, or a treatise on the maladies produced by masturbation by Swiss physician Samuel Tissot in 1760. He claimed that the loss of 1 ounce of semen was as bad as losing 40 ounces of blood. Tissot's work sold tens of thousands of copies and linked masturbation to insanity, while also convoluting the Onan biblical story to include masturbation instead of pulling out. While John Martin had little to no authority as a medical professional, that was not the case with Tissot. He was a respected physician with well-received papers on smallpox, epilepsy, and the plague. He proposed that masturbation affected women as much as men, causing, quote, fits of hysteria, incurable jaundice, violent cramps, pains in the nose, and uterine tremors that deprive women of decency and reason. Not decency and reason. Along with this and several other theories, there was a belief that masturbation turned women into nymphomaniacs. This illustrates how much the view of women's sexuality had changed since the days of the 4th century bishop. Women were now seen as no longer innately sexual and insatiable, but as corruptible by masturbation and the world around them. It's also around this time that large clitorises were associated with women who masturbated. This belief that women's genitals would visibly show signs of being used improperly was disputed by a largely ignored 19th century study by a French doctor who studied the genitals of over 5,000 Parisian sex workers and found that, quote, there is nothing remarkable either in the dimensions of or the dispositions of the clitoris in the prostitutes of Paris, and that in them, as in all married women, there are variations, but nothing peculiar. Still, large clitorises came to be seen as a sign of or predisposition to nymphomania. Clitoridectomies, or female genital mutilation, briefly came to be championed in Europe. Detailed Hugo Schweizer in 1858, Dr. Isaac Baker Brown, the president of the Medical Society of London, began to encourage surgical clitoridectomies to prevent hysteria, epilepsy, mania, and even death that would surely follow as a consequence of the stimulation of the clitoris. J. Marion Sims, the man who operated extensively on enslaved women without anesthesia or their consent, according to John D. Emilio in Intimate Matters, quote, employed radical surgery, including female castration, to correct masturbation or other expressions of sexual passion. This included clitoridectomies. The Western medical world would move away from these practices by the early 20th century. By the time of the Progressive Era in the early 1880s, the first vibrator was patented to treat nervous problems in men and women. The British doctor who invented it, J. Mortimer Granville, instructed doctors to use vibrators to increase sexual power in their male patients by vibrating their perineum. It was then used as a cure for hysteria and mania on women under medical supervision by the doctors themselves, giving male control over this experience, which probably wasn't all that pleasant. By the dawn of the 1900s, after doctors began turning their noses up at the devices, these vibrators would be advertised in newspapers as consumer appliances that could cure a variety of ailments, wrote Kim Adams of the ensuing medical quackery. A 1910 advertisement in the New York Tribune declared that, quote, vibration banishes disease as the sun banishes mist. In 1912, the Hamilton Beach New Life vibrator came with a 300-page instructional guide titled Health and How to Get It, offering a cure for everything from obesity and appendicitis to tuberculosis and vertigo. That's right, Hamilton Beach, the company that made my air fryer, used to make vibrators, and they claimed that it was going to fix every ailment under the sun. Other home products companies like General Electric also had vibrators, wrote Hallie Lieberman. From 1900 to 1930, the Chicago Daily Tribune, New York Times, and Los Angeles Times carried 521 ads for vibrators, averaging about 17 ads per year, with spikes in 1908 and 1909, when the New York Times alone ran an average of 48 ads per year. Simultaneously, the panic over female masturbation and sexuality, which continued into the 20th century and could result in asylum stays or invasive surgeries, coincided with the first wave of feminism, a falling birth rate, a rise in sex work, a desire for female suffrage, and more women gaining entry into professional and academic spaces usually reserved for men. While women were believed to be in danger of excessive independence and being unable to enjoy sex with men if they masturbated, self-pleasure was seen as something that would make men dependent, weakened, and less masculine. Some philosophers, like Immanuel Kant in 1797, theorized that it made man less human. He wrote, "A man gives up his personality when he uses himself merely as a means for the gratification of an animal drive." The French writer and philosopher Voltaire called it a perverted self-love. Swiss writer and philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau, another 18th century thinker who rejected masturbation, wrote in his 1782 posthumously released Confessions that masturbation allows them to dispose, so to speak, of the whole female sex at their will, and to make any beauty who tempts them serve their pleasure without the need of first obtaining her consent. Rousseau's book, Emile, captured his belief in the patriarchal family and gendered spheres, further explaining his aversion to masturbation. He wrote that if the genders were not confined socially, men would be tyrannized by women. For, given the ease with which women arouse men's senses, men would finally be their victims. Rousseau's thinking on masturbation was as influential as his political philosophy. Plus, Confessions was the dawn of the modern autobiography. But let's keep in mind he's also the same asshole who made his wife have 5 of his children and gave them all away to an orphanage. Anyways, during this period of intense onania fear, men were encouraged to limit fornication in general and to limit sex in marriage as well as masturbation. The petite mort, or little death of sleepy exhaustion that often follows when men orgasm, had long been seen as a sign of the proof that orgasms were life-draining activities only meant to be had when procreation was the goal. Devices with padlocks, wires, and other restraint mechanisms were advertised and sold. Ask one Victorian-era advertisement, worried your son and heir is becoming a dirty little self-abuser? Preying on patriarchal fears of weakened male offspring. Take a look at this lovely 4-pointed urethral ring for bedtime use, or this amazing pollutions ring with serrated steel teeth. Pamphlets like the 1830, The Fatal Consequences of Masturbation, illustrated the fictionalized dangers of masturbation. And artwork was accompanied by lines like, see his eyes, once so pure, so brilliant, their gleam is gone. A band of fire surrounds them. His teeth become rotten and fall out. His hair, once so beautiful, is falling out like an old man's. Early in life, he is becoming bald. He is hungry and wants to eat. No food will stay in his stomach. Is it just me, or do most of those sound like a really good roast? In the 1830s, Connecticut-born Sylvester Graham became a prominent opponent of masturbation and erotic literature. About orgasms, he once wrote, the body should undergo such excitement only a few times in its lifetime. Graham's mother had 17 children, and his father was 72 years old when he was born, and I think this got something to do with his views. Along with those anti-masturbation views, Graham was involved in the temperance movement and promoted vegetarianism, which was his ultimate legacy as a diet reformer. Meats, sugars, spices, and alcohol were alleged to be too exciting, that they would arouse people, especially the young and naive, to masturbate. Grahamite living came to exclude any kind of comfort or pleasure by championing cold baths, hard mattresses, open windows, and a vegetarian diet that somehow still allowed eggs to be eaten. A typical menu listed in the New York Tribune in 1843 for a Grahamite boarding house listed baked peas, vegetables, fruit, and apple custard on Tuesday, and vegetable soup, rice, and prune pie on Wednesday. None with spices, sugar, or butter. Grahamite boarding houses were documented in New York and Boston. Graham's and his followers' style of living would influence the creation of the flavorless graham cracker, which I have always hated. If you like graham crackers, identify yourself in the comments so you can be cyberbullied. Graham died at 57, a year before the birth of
Cinnamon
John
sugar
Harvey
graham
Kellogg
crackers.
in Tyrone Township, one of the 17 children
Not
in a
flavorless
family
graham
who
crackers.
grew up to be a
No,
doctor.
I
He
don't like
published
that,
Plain Facts
obviously.
for Old and Young in 1877.
That's for white people
Said Kellogg, a man that lives on pork, fine flour bread, rich pies and cakes,
who hate
drinks
themselves.
tea and coffee, and uses tobacco, might as well try to fly as to be chased and thought. I guess he had no way of knowing modern day vegans and vegetarians would be so horny, but detailed Kate Lister, he recommends never overeating, eating only twice a day and not after 3 p.m., and avoiding all hot drinks. All stimulating foods are to be avoided, including spices, pepper, ginger, mustard, cinnamon, cloves essences, all condiments, pickles, etc., together with flesh food in any but moderate quantities. Along with recommending the use of graham flour and crackers, Kellogg began manufacturing plain cereals that would not excite patients at the sanatorium he ran with his brother William. Kellogg refused to add sugar to his popular cornflakes or granola products, which led to William splitting off and starting what would come to be the Kellogg Company. And by the way, John Harvey Kellogg didn't just advocate for plain diets. He championed both yogurt enemas, let me run that back. Yogurt enemas, thankfully, which didn't catch on, and the circumcision of young boys without anesthetic to deter future masturbation. He also recommended that women's clitorises be burned with acid if they masturbated habitually. By the way, Kellogg would devote the last 30 years of his life to eugenics, which shows you how much of a dick he was. Robert Baden-Powell, the founder of the Boy Scouts, advocated against masturbation in the 1911 Scouts Handbook and saying that boys should be storing up natural forces to reserve power and manliness. Boy Scouts officially endorsed this through the 50s. Sigmund Freud, who shook the world when he insisted that sexuality should be studied scientifically rather than morally or religiously, agreed with the idea of masturbatory neurosis causing damage to young men. He also argued, however, that sexual repression was itself a cause of neurosis, and that he observed many patients, especially women, suffering impairment from obsessive guilt subsequent to the practice of masturbation. The treatments for masturbation varied from Tissot suggesting that one take frequent cold baths to other experts advocating for infibulation or pinning the foreskin shut to letting leeches suck the blood from one's penis to applying acid to putting long needles in the prostate or, most commonly, circumcision. Circumcision among male babies prior to the 19th century was by and large utilized by Jewish people. But by the physician-led anti-masturbation movement, circumcision was being recommended as a safeguard against masturbation in the future. Numerous doctors claim to observe children younger than the age of 2 masturbating, which historian David Friedman points out in A Mind of Its Own, A Cultural History of the Penis. It made it not a problem of personal moral failing, but a physiological problem that could be, in theory, corrected by surgery. In an 1896 instructive guidebook All About Baby, mothers were told that circumcision was advisable in most cases to prevent the vile habit of masturbation. During this period, some doctors would shoot babies and young boys up with cocaine before removing the foreskin. By the mid-20th century, the operation was much safer and administered shortly after birth. By present day, at least 80% of all American-born penises are circumcised. The taboo nature of uncircumcised
I'm circumcised.
penises,
I didn't fucking want to be.
79% of modern women in a 2019 survey preferred circumcised penises, led to
Fuck
an
the
adult
church.
circumcision industry, with some specialized surgeons in North America seeing 50 to 100 adult patients a year. And while the operation doesn't remove the ability to feel sexual pleasure like female genital mutilation, it has no actual proven benefits in regards to the prevention of masturbation and is done non-consensually as a non-required surgery, depending on who you ask. In recent years, there's been a teeny anti-circumcision movement in America. However, a 2012 study in Africa found that circumcised men are 51 to 60% less likely to contract HIV from heterosexual intercourse than their intact countrymen, which led to a bump in circumcisions on adult men in some regions of the continent, including Rwanda, who created a non-surgical circumcision device in 2013. And these findings that circumcision may lower the risk of STDs have been substantiated in other studies. So, by the mid-20th century, there was a medically and religiously formalized opposition to frigging, aka self-pleasuring. Speaking of boxing the Jesuit, there were a lot of funny ways to say masturbate, including the similarly violent beat the bishop, choke your chicken, paddle the pickle, and pound your pork. Don't they sound super similar to the current popular term of beating one's meat? There's the 18th century stretching one's pipe, and the sternly judgmental genital pollution. To play with oneself emerged in an 1879 limerick. To masturbate someone else was to milk them, and had been in use since the 17th century in connection with the milk woman, sex workers who masturbated their clients. My favorite 19th century term is to sling one's jelly and sling one's juice for women and men respectively. I'm also fond of to make a milkshake. Other terms include dishonorable discharge, going on a hand diet, yanking your doodle, pump your pickle, and stir your stew. If someone looked at a pornographic magazine while masturbating, it was known as coloring in the coloring book. In Japan, Dutch sea wives is still sometimes used as slang for sex dolls due to the Dutch selling them in the 17th century. Are we gonna bring any of these terms back? Let me know your favorite in the comments. Before we move into modern history, let me remind you that in this video, we're exploring the ways that masturbation has been maligned and demonized, and Beducated wants to combat misinformation that many of us have received about about self-pleasure in repressive sex ed classes, TV and movie scenes, and history. On the site, you can learn a lot more about your anatomy and orgasms in over 100 courses. You can even get courses about healing after sexual trauma, which is important if things from your past are making it hard to indulge in masturbation. Plus, when you take advantage of Bedicated's New Year's sale, you get to not only try all Bedicated courses for 1 day free, but you get 40% off the yearly pass with my coupon code ELEXIS, a deal that's locked in for life. Don't forget to check out the link in my description box below. Now, let's learn some more about flicking the bean in the 20th century. While masturbation continued to be culturally taboo among much of the American population thanks to years of religiosity as well as medicinal theories from the Enlightenment period onward, there was a growing change occurring in a new wave of practitioners and sexologists. In the 1920s, prison reformer and progressive moralist Catherine B. Davis studied the sexual habits of roughly 5,000 married white women and found that 40% acknowledged masturbating during childhood or adolescence. In the Kinsey reports, published in 1948 and 1953, it was revealed that 92% of the male respondents and 62% of the female ones masturbated. This showed that slinging one's jelly was more common than believed, but also that women were not touching themselves at nearly the same rate as men, or not admitting to it. In 1966, William Masters and Virginia Johnson published Human Sexual Response after watching hundreds of couples have sex, and reported on the refractory period during the sexual response cycle, or the time in which men become drowsy after orgasm and are unable to ejaculate again, and that it was not physiologically or physically damaging. 2 years after their groundbreaking study, masturbation was removed from the American Classification of Mental Disorders. In 1972, masturbation would be declared normal by the APA, but it would still be very much taboo among women and shamed in children. Masturbation was explored and or endorsed by many feminist works in the 1970s, including Our Bodies Ourselves by the Boston Women's Health Book Collectives and For Yourself by Lonnie Garfield Barbach. In 1974, Miss Magazine published an article on masturbation by Betty Dodson and told readers they could get the entire 18-page article if they sent $3 to her. The artist and activist got enough money to publish Liberating Masturbation 2 years later. It was a bestseller and would be republished as Sex for One. The book included Dodson's own really amazing drawings of the different styles of vulvas and emphasized the importance of the clitoris. However, Betty faced backlash from more conservative feminists for her pro-sex views during the ongoing sex wars. Undeterred, Dodson said, "Masturbation is our first and natural form of sexual activity, and if that's inhibited or damaged, then we suffer for the rest of our lives." I have Dodson to thank for the Hitachi Magic Wand, the personal muscle massager that she popularized as a masturbation toy. It's my unmatched favorite. I swear, like no other toy has come close. I've tried them all. I've been recommending them all. Don't none come close to that. But wait, let me stop. Let me get back to the history. And the Hitachi now goes by Vibratex. Dodson hosted classes on masturbation for women from her New York apartment up to her death in November 2021 at the age of 91. In 1976, Cher Height, a one-time Playboy model with a PhD in history, published the Height Report, a nationwide study of female sexuality, analyzing 3,000 open-ended questionnaires from women and concluding that women masturbated and often achieved sexual pleasure without men, or more specifically, that 70% of women couldn't have orgasms via just penetration alone. For this, she sold close to 2 million copies and faced tremendous backlash, including from Playboy, in which one writer called her book The Hate Report. Explained Height, "I was making the point that clitoral stimulation wasn't happening during coitus. That's why women have difficulty having orgasms. They don't have difficulty when they stimulate themselves." In the 1981 Cosmo Report, the largest study of American female sexuality at the time, many accompanying letters by the survey respondents talked about feeling guilty about masturbation or keeping it a secret from their lovers. Said one 23-year-old from California, "I've done this a few times, but to tell you the truth, no one, not even my boyfriend knows. To tell you the truth, I think I'd rather die than have anyone find out." Still, there were more than a few letters from women admitting to the practice without shame. Among the survey's findings were the following: 89% of the 100,000 women masturbated, up from 62% in the days of Kinsey and 82% in the Height Report. The 11% who hadn't tended to be extremely religious. But please listen to this entry. Wrote one woman, "I'm proud to say that I have never masturbated. I've done just about every other sex thing in the book. I even once made love with 2 two men at the same time, but God condemned masturbation in the Bible. He said it was a sin. He went out of his way to say so I will never do it.
Wait, bitch, you better be joking.
Everybody, threesomes are okay. They're all right. Other findings in the Cosmo report included 54% of the women who masturbated started by the age of 15, and 32% began between the ages of 10 and 15. 17% started between the ages of 5 and 9. 5% revealed that they started before the age of 5. 37% of the survey's women masturbated several times a month, and 25% masturbated several times a week. 35% masturbated rarely, and 3% masturbated daily. Only 26.5% of these women use vibrators. 35% of the masturbators stopped doing the activity when in a committed sexual relationship. Cosmo magazine itself, along with the growing VHS porn industry, would be a huge influence on breaking down the taboo of self-pleasure among women. Porn had a thriving genre of softcore and solo play, which would include light or extended masturbation with a single person. But the self-pleasure train would hit a snag with Tipper Gore and the Filthy 15. As discussed in episode 4 of Lexual Does the 80s, Gore and other Senate wives objected to the lyrics of popular 80s music, particularly to the masturbation lines present in Darling Nikki by Prince and She Bop by Cyndi Lauper. Crooned Prince in 1984, I knew a girl named Nikki, I guess you could say she was a sex fiend. I met her in a hotel lobby, masturbating with a magazine. She was coloring in the coloring book. Sang Cyndi Lauper in 1983, hey, I've been thinking of a new sensation. I'm picking up good vibrations. And they say I better stop or I'll go blind. A wink to old school masturbation pamphlets warning about the danger of self-pleasure. Said Gore on hearing the Prince lyrics with her daughter, the song went on and on in a similar manner. I couldn't believe my ears. The vulgar lyrics embarrassed both of us. At first, I was stunned. Then, I got mad. The question of masturbation was a frequent discussion in the 80s, especially because of the rise of HIV/AIDS. Health columnist Jane Brody pointed out in 1987 that masturbation was more popular, likely due to the increased number of Americans who were divorced or widowed, the number of young adults who live alone, the increase in two-career marriages that often involve frequent separations, and fear of sexually transmitted diseases like AIDS. Speaking of AIDS, it and the topic of masturbation became a major moment during Bill Clinton's presidency in the 90s.
Masturbation.
Masturbation, masturbation, masturbation,
Masturbation.
masturbation,
Masturbation.
masturbation, 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 the issue, masturbation.
During a 1994 United Nations conference on AIDS, the Surgeon General Joycelyn Elders was asked if she thought teaching children about masturbation might reduce unsafe sex. Saying yes, she added, I think that is something that is a part of human sexuality, and it's a part of something that perhaps should be taught, but we've not even taught our children the very basics. Dr. Elders, whose skin color as well as her other opinions on teenage pregnancy prevention and the legalization of drugs made her a quick target of conservatives.
America's #1 national embarrassment speaks for itself. Here's Joycelyn Elders and her theories on legalizing drugs.
She was not trying to introduce instructions on how to masturbate, but rather wanted to incorporate the knowledge that masturbation is safe, healthy, and normal to discourage shame. Clinton, a neoliberal whose entire presidency was about clinching the moderate majority and keeping a finger on the growing power of conservatives, which I can't wait to talk about in Lexual Does the 90s, quickly asked Elders to resign.
It is 7:09 and on closest this morning, Surgeon General Joycelyn Elders. On Friday, she was forced to resign because of comments she made about masturbation. This morning, she's in our Washington bureau. Dr. Elders, good morning to you.
Good morning, Katie. Said the White House Chief of Staff to the Washington Post, Clinton believes notions that schools should teach masturbation are wrong and feels that's not what schools are for, and it's not what a Surgeon General should say. The same article also noted that last June, 87 GOP congressmen asked Clinton to fire her for remarks she made, encouraging gays and lesbians to save children from the unchristian religious right.
She just wouldn't stop popping off in heedless fashion, almost if she were looking for trouble. Do you wish in retrospect that you had tempered some of the comments you've made in the past?
Oh, Katie, it's, when you look back, you can, hindsight's 20/20. And I think that Joycelyn Elders was Joycelyn Elders. And so, I really thought that all of the comments I made were true. And, I think that the country needs to approach many of these issues And the longer we wait, I feel the more children we're going to lose. And
Continued the Washington Post, William J. Bennett, a conservative scholar and former education secretary, said Elder's firing was appropriate today and it was appropriate a year ago. She's really in a class by herself in terms of bizarre comments, out of the mainstream attitudes and embarrassment to the administration. Elders would fire back at many of her critics in a 1995 Playboy interview and is quoted as saying, Clarence Thomas is an Uncle Tom, Jesse Helms, a typical white Southern male bigot, and Representative Newt Gingrich might be among a minority of people who don't masturbate. Damn, she roasted them. But was she wrong though? Clearly, masturbation as well as same-sex adoption were both contentious topics in the 90s. Not all religious figures were intolerant of masturbation though. Said James Dobson of the conservative Focus on the Family, it is my opinion that masturbation is not much of an issue with God. It is a normal part of adolescence, which involves no one else. It does not cause disease. It does not produce babies. And Jesus did not mention it in the Bible. But among large groups of evangelicals and in Hasidic Jewish communities, masturbation was and still is frowned upon. Teen wannabe politicians like Christine O'Donnell, who unsuccessfully ran for a Senate seat in Delaware in 2009, organized an abstinence club that got her featured on MTV in 1996.
We need to address sexuality with young people, and masturbation is part of sexuality, but it is important to discuss this from a moral point of view.
Masturbation is a selfish act, and it's a lustful one, and we are to walk with pure hearts, not adulterous, lusting hearts.
And the fact that it says that any sexual act outside of the realm of marriage is wrong.
The Bible says that lust in your heart is committing adultery. So you can't masturbate without lust. The reason that you don't tell them that masturbation is the answer to AIDS and all these other problems that come with sex outside of marriage is because, again, it is not addressing the issue.
Still, masturbation as a whole continued to lose its taboo edge in the mainstream. The iconic single and ode to masturbation, I Touch Myself, by Australian band The Vinyls, debuted in 1990 and climbed the American charts. The video for the song, which was filmed in a California nunnery, was banned in Australia. In America, the video got awards. In the 1992 Season 4 episode of Seinfeld titled The Contest, the characters notoriously bet who could go the longest without masturbating.
My mother caught me.
Caught? You doing what?
You know. I was alone.
You mean?
She caught you? Where?
I stopped by the house to drop the car off, and I went inside for a few minutes. Nobody was there. They're supposed to be working. My mother had a glamour magazine. I started reading.
The men bet $100 each, and the woman, Elaine, bets $150 because the men say it's easier for women to go without masturbating.
Because you're a woman.
So what?
It's easier for a woman not to do it than a man. We have to do it. It's part of our lifestyle.
Funnily enough, the word masturbate was not used throughout the entire episode after Larry David received a note from the network saying it wasn't a good idea. Master of my domain was the euphemism used instead, and the episode went on to be one of the best-rated episodes of the popular show. Plus, it won a Primetime Emmy. When it comes to the black mainstream TV and movies, masturbation as a plot device or extended joke is very rare, or maybe I'm just not remembering them. One of the few that comes to mind is the 2007 This Christmas scene, in which Loretta Devine's character offers her daughter some batteries in case her vibrator is dead. But the topic is featured more prominently in music. Sang Toni Braxton in 1996's Grammy-winning single You're Making Me High, I'll always think of you inside of my private thoughts. I can imagine you touching my private parts. And just the thought of you, I can't help but touch myself. That's why I want you so bad. The lyrics of 2002's Oops, Oh My by Tweet and Missy Elliott really went up over my head when I was younger, pun intended, with Tweet singing, I tried and I tried to avoid, but this thing was happening. Swallowed my pride, let it ride and party. But this body felt just like mine. I got worried. I looked over to the left, a reflection of myself. That's why I couldn't catch my breath. So you remember how I mentioned earlier that ancient Greek and Roman men allegedly really loved watching their wives and or other women masturbate? As an OnlyFans girl, I can attest that particular fetish has never stopped and has only gotten lucrative. But I'd like to mention that
Subscribe to my OnlyFans, $49.99.
art and erotica since before the arrival
That's
of
what I do.
OnlyFans and Cam Soda style websites, and even before VHS and internet porn. You know, think of the shunga art we discussed earlier, but also during the 19th and 20th century, the thrills of live sex shows and peep shows. Seeing women touching themselves was very lucrative. As for the less documented world of seedy 70s and 80s strip clubs and traveling circuses of earlier periods, some enterprising performers gave autoerotic, if not illegal, performances. So it's not surprising that in the modern day, so many people, not just men, enjoy watching people, not just women, masturbate. And also on the point of pornography, it has of course been a central component of masturbation since its inception. From the 60s into the late 80s, adult movie houses saw hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people self-pleasuring themselves in the semi-public darkness of a darkened theater.
Art of the blur. Once upon a time in America, if a person, and especially a celebrity, had been humiliated or victimized, they did their best to keep the thing a secret.
In 1991, Paul Rubens, aka Pee Wee Herman of Pee Wee's Playhouse, was notoriously arrested for masturbating during a suite of an adult movie theater. He offered to put on a Pee Wee Herman children's benefit to make the whole thing go away, which did not go over well with the arresting cops.
Before most people had time to form an opinion, toy stores, acting as guardians of public morality, called Pee Wee merchandise from their shelves.
Now, I feel really sick.
I looked over to the left for the expression of myself. That's why I couldn't catch my breath. Ooh, there goes my oh my, oh my, ooh, oh my, oh my, ooh, I'm turning red. What could this be? Oh my.
Pee Wee is a sympathetic figure, a victim. Creating the perception of a victim can be a way towards winning back public support.
His career temporarily declined as a result, but he also garnered support from various factions. People believed that if a children's show host wanted to masturbate in a theater designated for masturbating, it was his right.
You saw the ovation that he got at the MTV Awards. I think there's a tremendous groundswell of affection for a guy who really been screwed by the media.
In 1998, the Fleshlight masturbatory aid was designed and patented and was revolutionary because of its flesh-like texture. Sex toys for vagina owners, which have been becoming more and more technologically advanced since the 1970s with the introduction of silicone instead of rubber, which, oh my God, can you imagine how bad that smelled? Became an even bigger business in the 21st century. They make the first commercial dildos and vibrators look and feel really obsolete.
Yes. I'd like to return this vibrator.
We don't sell vibrators.
Yes, you do. I bought it here 6 months ago.
That's not a vibrator. It's a neck massager.
No, it's a vibrator.
Shocker Image doesn't sell vibrators. It's a neck massager.
You expect me to believe that women buy these to help their sore necks?
It's a neck massager.
Fine. I'd like to return this neck massager.
In the 1998 season 1 episode of Sex and the City titled The Turtle and the Hare, a generation of women were introduced to a vibrator named the Rabbit, which originally debuted in 1984. It's significant that the show's most conservative character used it.
Ooh, so you've been using it? Yes. I'm scared if I keep using it, I'll never be able to enjoy sex with a man again. Why? Well, have you ever been with a man, you know, and he's doing everything and it feels good, but somehow you just can't manage to, come?
She actually becomes addicted and her friends stage an intervention to get her to quit. After that episode, the toy became a bestseller. Its annual sales in the years following the Charlotte York promo jumping by 700%. In 2005, Eva Longoria, then a huge star in Desperate Housewives, mentioned, "I give Rabbit vibrators to all my girlfriends. They scream when they unwrap it. The best gift I can offer them is an orgasm." This comment, which shows how open women were growing with, talking about masturbation, boosted one online retailer sale of the toy by 30%. Sex and the City also showcased the Hitachi Magic Wand in the 2001 season 4 episode My Motherboard Myself, which due to a shortage saw prices at online retailers skyrocket 4 times its usual price in the early 2000s. Speaking of online retailers, the arrival of internet shopping meant that toys could now be bought discreetly, widening the demand in consumer market. Over the years, numerous conservatives have attempted to uphold old laws banning sex toys or to introduce them. Most successfully, the Texas Obscenity Statute of 1973 and the 1998 Anti-Obscenity Enforcement Act in Alabama. In Alabama, an adult novelty entrepreneur named Sherry Williams challenged the statute after the 2003 Lawrence versus Texas ruling, which made consensual gay sex a private matter. But in 2009, the Alabama Supreme Court upheld the law that outlawed selling sex toys. The U.S. Supreme Court, which was conservative, declined to hear the case. Said one angry Alabama resident to the Decatur Daily, "I don't get it. They want to ban sex toys but sell guns on every street corner. When was the last time anyone was murdered with a vibrating banana?" The consequence for being convicted of selling dildos, vibrators, or other masturbatory devices designed or marketed as useful primarily for the stimulation of human genital organs could lead up to a year in prison and a fine of up to $10,000. The law remains in effect, but Alabamans still manage to get their toys and, hey, even masturbate without them. By the way, Sherry, who turned her sex store into a drive-thru to circumvent the law, held a couple of guns for sex toy drives in the 2010s, saying, "This is my contribution to making love, not war." Here in Alabama, where guns are legal and adult toys are not. Attitudes towards masturbation have definitely dramatically shifted in the past 20 years, thanks to technological advances, portrayals in media, and a more informed populace. In addition to a wave of toys available online at the beginning of the new millennium, there were way more sex books on the market, like 2003's The Big Book of Masturbation, released the same year that Supreme
Like the 2023 children's book. I forgot what it's called. The ABCs of Sex. Some bullshit like that.
Prostitution, masturbation, adultery, fornication, and bestiality.
G is for gay.
For sodomy were ruled unconstitutional. Why the fuck are adult incest and bestiality on the same level as those other things? Please explain, said Dr. Joycelyn Elders in a 2006 documentary on abstinence. We know that more than 70 to 80% of women masturbate and 90% of men masturbate. And the rest lie. Lauren Rosewarne's 2014 book, Masturbation in Pop Culture, analyzed over 600 scenes and concluded that male masturbation was almost invariably portrayed negatively. Female masturbation was mostly erotic.
I take 2 Ziploc bags and I fill them with Amy's organic lentil soup, which I microwave to exactly 98.6 degrees. Not enough to burn you, but just enough to feel warm and inviting. Then I place them in the slit of the pillow. There's another slit in the back, but that's only for my birthday. This kid might be a genius. What do you do for cleanup? Oh, I eat the soup. Oh.
One thing you'll notice about pop culture prior to the 2010s is the prevalence of male teens masturbating. Think American Pie, for instance, compared to Teen Girls, which was featured most prominently in a parody film, not another teen movie. In the past decade, female masturbation has been shown more commonly among teens in TV and movies, most notably in 2019's Yes, God, Yes, a coming-of-age story about a repressed Catholic teen in 2000 and the character Missy in Big Mouth. By the way, COVID-19 has really changed the way Americans have masturbated. During the initial years of COVID-19, the sale of sex dolls and sex toys increased significantly, right alongside the popularity of subscription-based porn sites like OnlyFans. Oh, and about those sex dolls, the most expensive and realistic sex dolls on the market are available for about $1,200 to $3,000. And they're only growing more advanced. Let's face it, masturbation is great for a number of reasons. For everyone, it can help extend the years of sexual activity and libido, and it can help you identify what you enjoy when you're ready to explore with a partner. It can help you fall asleep. It improves blood flow, lowers heart rate, and blood pressure. Me personally, when I had a really terrifying anxiety attack a few months ago, the first I've ever had of that magnitude, chatting with a friend and then masturbating helped me calm down enough to fall asleep. For vagina owners, masturbation protects against cervical infections by increasing the acidity of the cervical mucus and flushing out pathogens. And for those trying to get pregnant, it improves the chances of conception. For penis owners, masturbation flushes out low motility sperm, again increasing the chances of conception. For penis owners who orgasm too quickly during sex, masturbation can help delay premature ejaculation. Masturbation also, most notably, has been linked to reducing the risk of prostate cancer. It's not masturbation itself that does the job, but rather ejaculation. In an 18-year study, researchers found that guys who did it the most, at least 21 times a month, had about a 20% lower chance of prostate cancer compared with those who did it less. 4 to 7 times a month. Because masturbation is usually much more accessible than partner sex, you get where I'm going with this. Per 2012 U.S. National Survey of Sexual Health and Behavior, 92% of straight men and a full 100% of gay men recorded lifetime masturbation. However, in recent years, the availability of internet porn has been tied to so-called masturbation addiction. Like any other activity, shopping, eating, drinking, smoking, drugs, sexual intercourse, gambling, etc., it's possible to become compulsively addicted because of other issues. And perhaps this is why abstaining from masturbation is recommended in self-help books when people want to be more disciplined or sold as a sacrifice for better life. But this doesn't mean masturbation is inherently bad or addictive, or that you're having sex with demons. Still, notions of masturbation being for sex-crazed people and capable of control prevail, and internet groups spring up advocating for taking a break from masturbation or claiming, like the people at the top of this video, that sex is linked to supernatural entities or evil. And because of the availability of internet porn, which has been linked to unhealthy sexual views, when combined with the lack of sex and consent education as well as otherwise poor mental health, it's obvious why anti-masturbation attitudes continue. There are supportive, albeit fear-mongering, echo chamber-leaning communities for people who don't want to masturbate, like the 1 million plus member subreddit NoFap. Described New York Magazine in 2013 on the subreddit's founding. On June 20th, 2011, after coming across a study that found that testosterone levels peak after 7 days without ejaculation, the creator announced various challenges for those who wanted to abstain. At the core of these campaigns, for many of the male posters at least, is a feeling of gender inadequacy, not feeling masculine enough, or like they're using their masculinity in an improper fashion. Looking through the subreddit has shown me that many members not only have a desire to feel and be seen as more masculine, they also have self-control and desensitization issues with porn. It fed my theory on why there's so much hatred for people who do porn, specifically women. Because so many people feel shame or guilt about masturbation in porn. Think of all the times someone has joked about feeling disgusted with the type of porn they were watching right after orgasming. That shame and self-hatred is projected onto the performers just doing their jobs. Furthermore, a bunch of anti-masturbation material is mired with the same politics from centuries ago. The idea that masturbation reduces men to weak-willed zombies, easily dependent on women. It's not hard to find gurus claiming that abstaining from masturbation made them stronger, more manlier, more attractive, more hardworking, etc. Some, like the 18th century Rousseau, who fretted about making any beauty the object of his fantasy without their consent, want to abstain from masturbation and porn for similar reasons, because they see the performers as being degraded and don't seek out ethical porn. For other anti-masturbators who become antisocial when they overindulge, the goal is to wrangle actual sexual partners in a glorified hookup culture. I saw memes on the subreddit where people were like, I gave up porn last week, now I'm fucking all these women this week. Like, that's the long-term goal for some of them. And for others, the long-term goal is to have healthy sexual relationships with partners, which they feel they can't do if they masturbate. And speaking of those partners, the idea that women who masturbate too much will never be able to enjoy sex with men has been popping up throughout the centuries and relieves men of the burden of being active sex partners who know how to satisfy. I've seen more than a few viral tweets joking about women going numb from their advanced sex toys, and rather than investigating how lazy many straight men tend to be in bed, the blame is placed on women's self-pleasure. Clearly, masturbation has a long and fascinating history that has impacted more than just our sexual lives. As always, I'm excited to see what further sex studies in the future reveal about our sexual habits. I'm also curious to see how the continued lack of sex education will impact people's views on masturbation and pornography going forward. Countries like Canada, Norway, and Denmark, for instance, have supremely low teen pregnancy rates and STD rates compared to the US, and they include masturbation in sex ed curriculum, as well as other things I've discussed in past episodes. That's it for this episode of Let's Talk About Sex History. I hope that you learned something new about masturbation, and I also hope you check out Beducated at the link in the description box below. Be sure to like this video and subscribe.
My mother caught me.
Caught you doing what?
You know.
Masturbation is a form of witchcraft. Sorry, I was just getting a snack. Then I noticed the maple syrup lady looks like a shanty, and I told you I can't control myself.
Ladies, if you're unhappy in your relationship, go get
masturbated all afternoon.
Don't masturbate, see what happens.
You're controlling your own pleasure.
Is that a hair gel?
Yeah.
Great.
I've always adored the vintage pinup and burlesque aesthetic. As many of you know if you follow me on Twitter or Instagram, I love the glamour, the artistry, the costumes, and yes, the female form. I wanted to celebrate the history of the very brave women who dared to participate in cheesecake and burlesque in a world much more misogynistic than today. There are plenty of resources on the glamorous white women who dominated these fields, like the highly recognizable Betty Page, neo-burlesque queen Diamantes, mid-20th century striptease stars Gypsy Rose Lee and Lily St. Cyr, others, but very few on the glamorous black women. But these women existed, and though much of the information is lost to time, I did some digging to learn about the journalism they inspired, the money they made, and the history they left behind. Maybe you've seen their pictures floating around social media, but now it's time for a deep dive. Before diving into this video about black women in burlesque and pinup glamour, I want to shout out the amazing sponsor of this video, Beducated. Not only is that the perfect brand name for a company all about educating you in the bedroom, it's actually also perfect for the topic of this video. Beducated has a huge library of sex-positive and inclusive courses like striptease, the art of getting naked, building your self-esteem in and out of the bedroom, and even learn to lick like a pro. There are sexual health courses for all genitalia, courses on communication, and courses on kink and BDSM for my adventurous viewers. If vanilla sex is more your style, they've got courses for you too. While there's a lot to learn for couples and those with active sex lives, if you're single like me, there's even courses for you. That's right, fellow single people, we haven't been left out. My favorite course dealt with bettering your mental health through tantric meditation and breathing. I'm always stressed and overworked, so learning how to slow down and get in tune with myself and learning how to admit to myself that it's okay to not be okay was great. Now, here's more great news. If you use my link in the description box below, you get to try all Beducated courses for 1 day free. And there's a huge library to look through. Go ahead, click and open another tab so you can go look when you're done watching this video. And if you use my coupon code ELEXIS, you get 65% off of the yearly pass forever. This is an amazing deal. And if you're not ready to commit for a year, you can join Beducated and level up your love life, whether romantic or self-love, for just $9.99 a month. Check the link in my description box and tell them ELEXIS sent you. Burlesque, in its most common definition today, means a variety show, typically including striptease. But when burlesque first began in London in the Victorian era, burlesque performances were primarily musicals, albeit risque ones with bawdy humor. American burlesque was performed in New York as early as the 1840s with a series of variety performances that ended with an exotic dancer. By the 1890s, they were more popular on the vaudeville circuit. Some notably stole acts and devices from minstrel shows like racist jokes and blackface, and racism in burlesque and vaudeville shows would be an all too common occurrence.
Ma'am, how much you gonna pay me, I hope? Well, let's see now. I'll pay you all your work. No, ma'am, I gotta have some money.
By the 1910s, striptease was more widely incorporated into burlesque, and by the 30s, striptease dominated burlesque. In London, where burlesque bloomed earlier than America, early female supporters in 1869 considered it to be a positive post-Victorian rejection of bodily shame and healthy respect for female beauty. Throughout the history of burlesque, women would be members of the audience as much as men. Through the 1950s, it was common to see clubs advertising to couples. Meanwhile, opposers of pinups in burlesque referred to such public displays of sexuality as objectifying and of low morals. From the beginning, burlesque models and actresses used pinup illustrations to advertise their performances in shows. Many were used as postcards. Another early iteration of the pinup was the illustrated Gibson Girl by artist Charles Dana Gibson, who was later turned into a real model. Pinups gained popularity in the early 20s, but really came into vogue during World War II when U.S. soldiers would put them on lockers, equipments, and even planes. Betty Grable was especially popular. Peruvian artist Alberto Vargas painted many pinup pinups during the World War II era for Esquire magazine, completing a total of 180 between 1940 and 1946. He also did a number of pinup illustrations in the late 40s and 50s featuring black women. As photography became easier and cheaper, so did the creation of pinup photos featuring real women, also referred to as cheesecake photography. On the creation of the term cheesecake, a 1950s magazine claimed, a New York news photographer once asked a woman to lift her skirt ever so slightly to make a better picture. The beautiful woman complied. When the editor, something of a gourmet, saw the picture on his desk, he exclaimed, "Why, this is better than cheesecake." While pinup depictions and burlesque would always elicit debates about morality, neither the white women who participated nor the white women who did not were subject to long-held racial stereotypes about their sexuality. White women were never compared to Sarah Bartman, the 19th century woman exploited for her curves. They faced misogyny, but never the additional layer of racism. Meanwhile, black women's identities were tangled in plantation-era notions of sex and were expected to be examples of respectability for their race. Perhaps this is part of the reason why much of white women's burlesque in pinup history has been preserved and celebrated, unlike the black women. But black bombshells existed, so let's talk about them. Perhaps the earliest billed black burlesque performer was Ada Overton Walker, or the Queen of the Cakewalk, who performed her take on the sexy and trendy Salome dance in a packed New York theater in 1912, but she had been performing her take on it since 1905. However, very rarely were black women of the 20th century who performed tantalizing stripteases called burlesque stars. If they were usually a part of burlesque shows featuring white women, like in 2-for-1 black and white reviews, in which there was a white show followed or preceded by an all-black review of women. As years progressed, when troops would integrate and bring in 1 or 2 black performers, they were publicized as exotics, with producers using descriptors like jungle fever or voodoo mistress on posters and playbills. Frequently, women of color were only booked if they performed acts which reinforced racist stereotypes. Though it was in 1926 that Josephine Baker debuted her Banana Act in Paris to praise and controversy, she had been doing erotic dance nearly nude for around a year at that point. When asked about her performances, she said, "I wasn't really naked, I simply didn't have any clothes on." Back in the States, Time magazine would refer to her as a Negro wench whose dancing and singing might be topped anywhere outside of Paris. Baker never got the kind of fame in America that she had in Paris. In the States, black media and the women themselves were more likely to use the term shake dancers than burlesque performers. Ethel Waters was a shimmying shake dancer in Philadelphia nightclubs before she became a high-paid recording artist and actress. Her original show business nickname was Sweet Mama String Bean because of her tall frame. She recalled, "I sure knew how to roll and quiver, and my hips would become whirling dervishes." Cotton Club in Harlem featured burlesque/shake dancers, but it didn't allow black patrons. The Creole Palace, a black-owned jazz cabaret and nightclub at the Hotel Douglas in San Diego, opened its doors in 1924 and stayed open until 1946, and it did allow black patrons, as well as whites. Dubbed the Harlem of the West, the Creole Club featured variety shows of singing, comedy, and dancing featuring black women of all colors. They were usually advertised in newspapers as the Creole Cuties, and the club bragged that there were full change-in shows and costumes semi-monthly. My favorite part is that the club was open from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. because I'm so used to the club closing at 2 a.m. Like, where they do that at? Creole Palace guests were partying until dawn. The Creole Palace delighted black travelers who often stayed at Hotel Douglas, the area's first black-owned accommodations. If you're like me and you love food history, perhaps you're curious about what was on the menu at the Creole Palace between leg kicks and feather dances. For just $1 in 1933, audiences could have Creole fried chicken, long branch potatoes, green peas, hot biscuits, and a salad. There were also steak specials, club sandwiches, lobster salads, and 25-cent shrimp cocktails. If you were feeling fancy, a quart of champagne would cost $7. In this 1949 review film called Burlesque in Harlem, audience members were invited to enjoy the Bronx Burlesque, featuring singers, comedians, and yes, striptease dancers. Check out Tarza Young shaking her stuff. Trapeze artists and burlesque stars as individual performers really grew in popularity in the 50s when they were routine fixtures of Jet magazine. The dating exploits and career choices of shape girls were reported regularly in the magazine, though they were not mentioned at all in the more middle-class Ebony. The girls were always being married, getting gifts, or getting into alleged cheating scandals. During the Great Depression, few people could afford Broadway shows, but they still craved entertainment, so burlesque peaked in popularity. One of the most renowned was Minsky's Burlesque, with 6 New York theaters in Philly, Baltimore, and Pittsburgh. By 1935, citizens groups were protesting such establishments, leading to more performance restrictions, transgressions, and raids. In 1937, all burlesque liquor licenses were not renewed in the city of New York, for example. However, the Minsky burlesque circuit would continue, and by 1952, when shape dancers were on Vogue in Jet magazine, it was reported that sepia stars Tina Marshall and LaBame were added to the once all-white mix. Detroit-born LaBame, real name Gloria Howard, originally began shape dancing because a booking agent said she was too tall for the chorus line. She had been billed previously as a shape dancer, and at Minsky's she was paid $1,000 a week for her bumps and grind act. This is approximately $11,000 a week in today's money. She also received marquee billing. Just 2 years later, LaBame was reported to begin a 6-month European nightclub tour, working for at least $500 a week, or about $5,500 in today's money. By comparison, a black woman working in, say, Mississippi could expect on average $700 per year. And for black women nationwide, the average weekly pay was $24, or $256 a week in today's money. But by another comparison, Tempest Storm, the highest paid white dancer, earned around $3,000 a week. In a Tam magazine from September 1953 that I don't have access to, LaBame wrote an essay answering the question, can a girl be good in show business? On the steamship the Queen Mary on the way to London in 1954, a storm scared passengers so badly that the captain requested LaBame to perform and put them at ease. Wrote Jet, her torrid, hip-tossing act made everyone forget the storm. While in Europe, LaBame married a Swedish nightclub owner and businessman and quit burlesque. Like LaBame, some women use their time in burlesque and shape dancing to move into other realms of entertainment or to meet well-paid husbands. Rose Hardaway was a well-known shape dancer who in the late 40s performed in New York,
I'm gonna take a shit.
London. In 1952, the Baby Grain Cafe in Harlem offered Rose $1,500 to dance against LaBame for the title of Shape Dance Queen of 52. LaBame reportedly won this battle. Rose went on to Paris, where after a rumored near fight with her boss in a club, she was nearly blacklisted. It was rumored, however, that she turned down a $750 weekly fee in 1952 to tour Minsky's burlesque circuit, but this could have been a PR attempt on her part. She retired in the mid-50s to become a blues singer, her one album being the well-received It's Time for Rose Hardaway. However, the transition didn't go too smoothly because in 1958 she was arrested for larceny and forgery. Even still, in 1960 she was listed as a guest on various programs like The Ed Sullivan Show. Who were other famous shape dancers? In the mid-20th century, most shape dancers of any renown performed in urban areas like New York, Chicago, Minneapolis, and Detroit under performance names that allowed them to fade into obscurity long after the era was over. Elizabeth China Doll Dickerson's act involved covering her costume in balloons and allowing audience members to pop them until she was nearly nude. She found modest success in 1950s Paris before becoming singer Zabeth Wild in 1959. She did a few Broadway shows and signed a 2-year contract to tour Europe in theaters, TV shows, and cafes. Baby Scruggs was known for twirling titty tassels in her dance routines and had her boobs insured by the British Lloyds of London while starring in Paris shows for the spring and summer of 1953. Her mother Irene was a vaudeville and blues performer from Arkansas, also living in Europe, and they sometimes performed together. 6-foot-tall shape dancer Ethelyn Butler inherited $75,000 from her aunt's will in 1954 and retired, saying she enrolled in ballet school to become a cultured artist. She also reportedly got into fortune-telling. In 1953, a white peeping Tom had been arrested at her New York apartment because she caught him watching her while she bathed. Miss Topsy was born Mary Thompson Metcalf in 1941 and went on to be a burlesque star in the late 50s and 60s, traveling to nightclubs in London, Paris, and Asia. Many of the theaters she performed at in America also featured adult movies included with admission. Miss Topsy retired in the 70s. According to a 2021 obituary posted by her family, she broke box office records in a 1960 Tokyo show. Lottie the Body stood out as a shape dancer dancer because she was classically trained and integrated stylistic dance into her routines. She also never got fully nude. Born Lottie Tatum Graves Claiborne, she started her career at the age of 17 as a Lindy Hop dancer. When the Lindy Hop trend died, she found that one of the few professional dance jobs she could get was as an exotic performer. Beginning in San Francisco and eventually settling down in Detroit, she traveled far and wide, even making her way to Cuba. She said, "I was there in Cuba the night that Castro became prime minister, and he spoke all night long, and we stayed in, had a villa down at the Isle of Pines, and we had to stay in the house all night. You couldn't come out, and there was orange juice and bologna sandwiches, those things, and he ran his mouth all night long, all day and all night, nonstop." She also recalled how there was rampant full-service sex work, learning that Cuba was a totally different place from what we think of it today. American men would come down for female prostitutes. Wealthy men would also send their wives for male prostitutes. Sometimes the couples would come together. She also said in a 2017 interview, "I was in Maine and I think I was just the only black person they'd ever seen. I was walking down the street and the little children would say, 'Mommy, look at the walking chocolate bar.'" Lottie was known as the Black Gypsy Rose Lee and the Gypsy Rose Lee of Detroit, as she was a fixture at Detroit's Brass Rail Club. Lottie was social with Aretha Franklin, Louis Armstrong, and Billie Holiday. In 1961, she apparently told friends she was moving to Liberia for 2 months to study tribal dances. She was also notably one of the first women to perform with a trans burlesque performer, Christine Jorgensen. Lottie would retire in Detroit to become a receptionist and local personality, saying, "When you had to go nude, I stopped. I couldn't deal. The owners would tell you, if you don't take it all off, it's over. And I thought too much of myself." She just recently died in 2020. LaWanda Page, widely known for her role as Aunt Esther on Sanford and Son, was a shape dancer for 4 years who transitioned into doing fire shows as the Bronze Goddess of Fire before settling down as a comedian. She earned $55 a week during her Bronze Goddess years and toured the U.S. and traveled to Australia, Canada, Lebanon, and the Fiji Islands. She and Fred Sanford grew up together, and I love that Sanford and Son incorporated her past as a burlesque dancer and her actual act in the show.
You remember that act you used to do at the church socials and stuff? Oh, you mean when I was the Bronze Goddess? Yeah, can you still do that act? Yeah, I can do it, but I won't do it for you, you old heathen. I'll be doing it for my church.
Jean Idell was a student of the Katherine Dunham School of Dance in Chicago when she was discovered by a talent agency. She performed at Minsky's Rialto Theater in Chicago and was billed as the Sepia Sally Rand. She took home about $12,000 a year, or $125,000 in today's money. She was renowned for her sensual dances with huge, luxurious ostrich feather fans. When she was just 22 years old, it was reported that she was booked solid for the next 30 weeks on a coast-to-coast 11-city tour with an otherwise all-white burlesque unit, using $1,000 worth of ostrich feather fans. A 1954 Jet article mentioned that she put 3 locks on her dressing room door at the night spot where she worked in Minneapolis. After finishing her torrid act in the show, fresh guys try to crash her dressing room and date her. Due to her popularity, she played a major role in integrating white-only burlesque clubs. In the Untitled Black Burlesque History Project, she recalled the conversation of her mother telling the family pastor of her new profession. She said, "My daughter's dancing butt naked." He said, "Go ahead, child. Be another Lena Horne." By 1963, Jean Idell retired to have children. She returned in June 2012 for a performance at the Titans of Tease showcase. Rosita Sims, a friend of Duke Ellington, was an unhappy 32-year-old telephone operator in Detroit in 1960 when she decided to get into burlesque. This is notable because both burlesque and the adjacent shape dancing were dying down in popularity. Inspired by the Duke, she became Tony Elling, and this was all because her employers at Michigan Bell refused to promote her because she was black. Though not afraid to flash a tit, Tony's style didn't involve outright nudity. She said of her refusal to take off her panties or wear a G-string, "It's entertainment, yes, but the idea is to suggest what's there, not throw off all your clothes and reveal everything. That's why they call it striptease." Like all of the women on this list, she faced discrimination behind the scenes. She said, "I had a harder time than a lot of the girls because of my blackness. It was very hard for a black stripper in those days. We weren't paid what other girls were paid, and we weren't allowed to work at certain clubs."
Dressing room, we had lots of girls. And they'd be always, when I'm dressing, looking behind me and all. And finally, And I'm wondering, what the heck is going on? Finally, one girl told me that they thought I had a tail. They thought black people had tails. And they were trying to see mine. I said, what did you think I did? Talked it at night? It was more amusing than anything else.
When she quit shape dancing, she went on to work odd jobs as a waitress, barmaid, switchboard operator, and manicurist. In 1968, it was reported that Alan Bourdain, who owned the Crazy Horse Striptease Club in Paris, is looking for a Negro girl for his famous lineup. Don't apply unless you have a superb figure and are dark brown. The club was looking to capitalize on new laws that allowed full nudity. Some burlesque and shake performers couldn't see themselves moving into outright striptease or full nudity. They also had a problem with club owners asking them to go out and mingle with patrons, which was the predecessor to lap dances. Burlesque theaters struggled to hold on to their relevancy into the late 60s and early 70s as go-go dancing, XXX peep show theaters, and strip clubs became more popular. Many burlesque and shake dancing stars would retire, like Tony Elling, who bowed out in 1974, though others would move into working at strip clubs. Though the banana dance was extremely risque and controversial for its time, in 1974, Josephine Baker would say at 67, "I'm not gonna do a striptease. Don't do that. Hold on to your illusions." It's not surprising that many of these burlesque performers were keen to separate themselves from strippers, as strippers do with cam girls and cam girls do with porn stars, and so forth the hierarchy goes. Still, plenty of women did get nude and become the first wave of post-burlesque strippers, where nudity took priority over costume and artistry. They often found racial discrimination, unfair wages, and harassment in these positions, like the black women who had done burlesque, and like black women in any other profession. In one 1971 Jet magazine shot, a New York stripper named Mademoiselle Chiffon called out burlesque millionaire Leroy Griffith for being unfair to strippers, with the magazine vaguely referring to it as a wage dispute. Perhaps wanting to set themselves apart from full-service sex workers, read one sign at the back: bumping and grinding is better than grunting and groaning. Before moving into the history of black pinups, I feel like this is a perfect time to remind you that when you click the link in my description box below and get access to all Beducated courses for one day free, you get access to courses like a beginner's guide to erotic dancing. Grab your lingerie and get it popping. Whether you want to turn it into a career or just get sexy for your partner, Beducated can help you unlock the burlesque or shake dancer inside of you. The whole time that black women were shimmying and shaking, pinups or cheesecake girls existed alongside them. As a dancer and singer, Eartha Kitt took a lot of promotional photos showing off her body in the 1950s pinup style. Vera Francis, though mainly referred to as an actress in 1950s issues of Jet magazine, was also a pinup girl and burlesque performer. She was also featured on covers of Hue and Sepia. By the way, Vera was later exposed as an informant in a 1957 scandal in which she was paid $250 for a story about her affair with John Jacob Astor, the fetus who survived the Titanic in his mother's womb, and another $250 for an article about Edward G. Robinson. She was blacklisted in mainstream Hollywood, it appears, and did burlesque and Chitlin circuit appearances. By 1964, Vera was living in Jamaica and chosen as the bunny mother for a proposed Jamaican Playboy club. Jazz singer and actress Joyce Bryant was one of the first dark-skinned black women to become a sex symbol and was a main feature of Walter Winchell's gossip column in the 50s. Though her photos are far from risque in today's world, her strict Seventh-day Adventist upbringing caused feelings of guilt. She eventually left show business when she also realized her managers did not care about her well-being. Joyce found that after she left the world of performing to join the church, some members were less than pleasant. She eventually went back to performing in cabarets in the 1970s and 80s. Jet magazine began publishing its Beauty of the Week pinups in 1952, the same year that it published How to Shoot Cheesecake Models. It announced Negro models have crashed cheesecake photography. Hollywood long ago learned that scantily clad, well-curved damsels were a strong selling point for its vast motion picture industry. But only recently, with the advent of top-quality Negro magazines and the rush of national advertisers to take the vast $15 million Negro market, has the brown-skinned model found her place in the multi-million-dollar glamorized leg industry. Wrote actress and pinup Rosalind Hayes in 1952. Some people thought being photographed as near as I was to nudity was an unpardonable sin. Yet they must realize that work most frequently called for consists of cheesecake or leg art. And however photographed or painted, the fact still remains that it is art. Many women who appeared in Jet were girls next door types who had college careers or aspirations in science and politics, but some were aspiring celebrities using the magazine as a stepping stone.
Yeah, I was too scared of grandma.
Who appeared as pinups included the pageant star and actress Jane Kennedy, actress and blaxploitation icon Pam Grier.
Hi, everybody. Morning, everybody. Hi. Everybody. Just gotta come in and talk to you. Thank you. Hi, y'all.
And actress Janet Du Bois, most famed for being Walona on Good Times. Jet also published calendars through the 60s and 80s that grew increasingly risque and eventually very nude. I would actually love for them to bring these back if I could be Miss January. Hue magazine was another Johnson publication that featured pinup photography. Though I don't have access to digitized archives to peek inside the way I'd like, the titles on the covers were often meant to be salacious, with questions like, what makes sex appeal? And spare parts for sex. They were published from 1953 to 1959, and for my New Yorkers with access to the Schomburg Center, they're available. By the late 50s, after the 1953 introduction of Playboy, magazines wanting to duplicate its success were taking it a bit further. One of the first magazines to display black women completely nude was Teen Terrific.
I almost did it.
Published without a date or editor credit, was linked to pornographer Reuben Sturman. Duke magazine was a 1957 Playboy-like editorial magazine targeting well-to-do black men. It only lasted 6 issues, but contained black pinup illustrations and centerfolds. The women were called the Duchesses of the Month, and nestled between men's essays and stories by novelist Chester Himes, writer George Schuyler, and other writers. The editor of the short-lived magazine was Dan Burley, who was a writer, journalist, and musician. After starring in a raunchy, critically acclaimed, but poorly performing musical, Nichelle Nichols, born Grace Dell, attracted the attention of Playboy's creator, Hugh Hefner. Ironically, the play was a satire of Playboy. She began performing song and dance routines at the band's Chicago club shortly after. At some point, Nichelle also did pinup photography before she went on to star as Nyota Uhura on Star Trek in 1966. She was one of the first black women in a major TV series, and by the way, she also started a project with NASA to help recruit black people and women, which helped NASA recruit the first female astronaut, Sally Ride, and the first black astronaut, Gian Guy Bluford. In 1963, LA photographer Howard Moorhead overheard a white photographer saying, "It is next to impossible to supply consistently attractive pinups and fashion photography using Negro models for the simple reason that there aren't that many attractive Negro girls who have charm and who are photogenic." Moorhead, who was also a Tuskegee Airman and the creator of the Miss Bronze California beauty pageant, knew this wasn't true and took artistic and sensual pictures of black women. He created and published the photographic essay Gentlemen Prefer Bronze into a magazine and later a book in 1964, and it included nudity. Meanwhile, in March 1965, Playboy printed the first black playmate of the month, 19-year-old Jennifer Jackson. If that age seems a bit young to you, keep in mind that teens in the 1960s were more likely to marry and have babies earlier than teens today. Jennifer said about her experience, "I didn't show what they show now, just the top, but still, it was risque." Because she also worked at the Chicago club, she got more fan mail and hate mail than any other Playboy bunny. Though a 2017 profile is mostly positive about her experience, Jennifer remembered Hefner with sharp eyes, saying, "Hef was kind of like a pimp, a high-class pimp." Jennifer said her dad was proud of her and that her mom told her to watch herself. Her twin sister eventually became employed at the Chicago club as well, where women notably experienced poor working conditions and terrible pay. The 2017 article went on, "The Vietnam War was ramping up, and she felt proud that black soldiers could see one of their own in the magazine's glossy pages. I got so many fan letters from those guys, it broke my heart. A lot of them never came back, and some who did come back were real messed up." She added, "It was something to show the white community that there are some beautiful black women, black people, which was disregarded. We weren't considered at all. We weren't a part of Madison Avenue or Hollywood who set the beauty standards. All you saw in the movies was black maids." Jennifer went on to be an investigator for Child Protective Services in Seattle and led a normal life. Jennifer's appearance was followed by the first black woman on the cover, Jean Bell, in a group, off to the side in January 1970 and Doreen Stern by herself in 1971. Something interesting happened with Ebony magazine in the 60s. In the midst of the Vietnam War in 1968, it dedicated its August issue to black soldiers. One section, cheekily titled Something for the Boys, stood out in particular. Describing the average black soldier, they said, snapped from civilian life and forced to live in practically an all-male world, even while on duty in the States, he misses the sight and companionship of the opposite sex. So he settles for the substitute, pictures from newspapers and magazines. But young black soldiers have one complaint. We cannot find nice pinups of our own girls. Why can't Ebony print more pictures of pretty girls? The magazine continued, we have just one request. Will any reader who is not particularly partial to pinups please clip these pages and send them to a friend in service? There were 6 women photographed on a beach, and I love that one of them wore her natural hair. Predictably, not all of Ebony's middle-class readers were pleased with the magazine's choice to print very tame pinup photography. Wrote one angry reader, I just perused the special issue for August and am disappointed to find such a fine collection of Negro material spoiled with a few pages of pinup girls. Is the morality of our people not worth more than a few dollars in magazine sales? The reader, Sister Rose Carlita, announced, your request to clip the pages and send them to a soldier is just too far out. Help the fellows to live clean by sending them attractive, uplifting pictures, something worth fighting for. But there was a lot of encouragement too. We're very proud of you for your soul sister pinup pictures in your August special issue. But when we cut out one girl, we also cut out 1 or 2 other girls on the opposite side of the page, said one GI before requesting that Ebony make another edition with separate pages. Another woman named Nancy from the Nasty Natty requested that Ebony feature Midwestern girls like herself in Cincinnati. Another reader thanked Ebony for showing those who, quote, need proof that Negroes can be pinup girls as well as men with letters after their names. Complained one soldier, and all due respect for the numerous pinups on GI's walls here in Thailand, one would think Playboy was the only magazine over here. Why are the pinup pickings so slim? Burlesque and pinup photography fell in popularity through the 70s onward as strip clubs and pornography took a more dominant and public role in erotic media. The negative stigma attached to striptease was beginning to fade as well. A 1978 Jet magazine issue asked, how do the members of the elitist Chicago Assembly relax after putting aside law books, business ledgers, and other professional paraphernalia? Recently, they put on black ties and tuxedos to watch a striptease dancer who accepts their applause. The magazine also continued publishing its pinup calendar, though there were a lot more boobs. In the 90s, there was a revival of burlesque, though reviews typically included all-white lineups. In response, performers like Aurora Gubriellis and Maya Haynes Warren founded organizations like Brown Girls Burlesque in 2007 to welcome minority performers in a white-dominated genre. As time passed, black neo-burlesque performers also incorporated more of the genre's earlier roots, like variety performances, with some strictly comedies and others political or intellectual. Said Brown Girls Burlesque performer Chicago Honeychild, for black women, sexualized or other, to intellectually take to the stage and own yourself, that is very revolutionary. The African-American woman's experience in America is very much one of sexual dominance or of being dominated. And so, to perform and take that back and have that expression is a political act. Chocolate City Burlesque and Cabaret in DC was also founded with a similar goal, empowering its performers to dance through, poke fun at, and identify the problems of being a black woman in America. As for the mainstream, Ashley Beauchamp, Jeez Louise, Coco Framboise, Jezebel Thunder, Noir, and Angelique Noir are all modern black women in burlesque and or pinup photography who have cultivated recognition. The last 3 have gotten major props from the queen of neo-burlesque herself, Dita Von Teese. Lastly, in the 2010s, numerous women I've mentioned earlier in the episode were finally honored for their contributions at burlesque conventions and shows like Jean Idell, Lottie the Body, and Tina Elling. And on another note about pinup photography, black women could be seen in the 21st century in a plethora of gentlemen's magazines, from Black Men to King magazine. More recently, the everyday availability of cell phones plus the ease of hiring one's own photographer, has allowed many black women like myself to design and shoot their own cheesecake shots. This is the ultra-talented and gorgeous Jezebel Thunder performing beside me. It was really fun tracking down information for this video, especially as someone who aspires to create my own archive of pinup photography. I hope you enjoyed watching this as much as I enjoyed making it. Do you have a favorite black woman burlesque star? Are you a black woman who does burlesque, pinup, cheesecake, or boudoir photography? Let me know in the comment. Thanks for watching, and I hope you like this video and subscribe.
Women on a quest to find true flavor. Will you marry me?
Yes!
For a white or black girl? A white girl. That girl is white.
They don't listen.
You went from a black woman to a white woman without having to take that Hispanic woman step in between.
Rachel is a total package. She's the triple threat, brains, beauty, personality.
I want to know that a girl can keep my house clean.
Would you date a bus driver?
If he owns the bus. If he owns it. If he owns the bus.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem.
Don't you know that a man being rich is like a girl being pretty?
50 women will compete to marry a mystery multimillionaire. She won't meet him till they say, I do.
I like to do a lot of fun things that do require money, like shopping for diamonds, traveling first class.
Probably would not date somebody who is blue collar.
But a man earning the kind of money you're talking about does not go for an average-looking woman. You're average-looking at best.
Keep it real, I got tired of seeing the names Micah, Kwame, and Marshall on my timeline with no explanation. I was like, who the fuck are these people? They are cast members of season 4 of Netflix's mega smash hit, Love is Blind. The show places desperate singles in pods and lets them talk to each other through speakers with the end goal of getting engaged and ultimately married. Along with these names, I've seen recurring criticism about the ways in which black women fare on dating shows. Bits of controversy from the show's final episodes and reunion led me to research and write this video, especially because I'm working on a larger piece about black women in reality TV. Because the last dating shows I watched were the VH1 ones I consumed as a youth, I thought it would be interesting to watch a season of The Bachelorette and Love is Blind as an adult and rewatch Flavor of Love. While the shows weren't that interesting, Love is Blind was egregiously overlong and The Bachelorette nearly bored me to tears, what I've researched is fascinating because this video was originally supposed to be 20 minutes. I fully admit reality TV is very contrived and mostly fake. It's still a reflection of reality, and in a country where approximately 130 million adults read below a 6th grade level and 52% of Americans watch at least 1 hour of reality TV a week, visual media can be a powerful shaper of values and beliefs. What's the history of reality dating shows? What do dating shows reflect and project about black women's real-life desirability? How are dating shows exploitative and manipulative? What's with all these rush-to-the-altar shows? In this video, we'll be talking about finding love on reality TV, hypergamy, and black women's desirability by examining the phenomenons of The Bachelor, Flavor of Love, and Love is Blind, and some scandals and trivia along the way. Shout out to this video's sponsor, Beducated. For my longtime viewers, you already know about Beducated from my past videos on a black women's history of burlesque and history videos on oral sex and masturbation. Beducated is committed to inclusive and expert-based knowledge about your sexual wellness and journey. While we'll be talking about romantic love in this video, primarily through a black woman's perspective, it's Masturbation May over on Beducated. One of the things that gives me confidence in dating and in my romantic relationships is knowing that the way I love and take care of myself sets the bar for who I entertain. Plus, knowing what I like in bed makes it easier to teach a new partner what I like in bed. We should all prioritize our own personal well-being and nurture our self-esteem, and have the language to do so. Self-love is the most premium kind of love there is, and Beducated can help you tap in. And I'm not just talking about slinging your jelly or slinging your juice. In addition to thorough courses on navigating your self-pleasure journey and having vulva orgasms, there are courses on building your sexual confidence, sexual healing, and taking control of your libido. I'm also a fan of the Kegel Mojo course, which offers complete details on strengthening your core and pelvic floor. So, what are you waiting for? Go touch yourself. Not only for the rest of the month can you get 50% off the yearly pass with my coupon code Alexis, but you can try all Veducated courses, and there are over 100 of them for 1 day free. Yes, free. You won't get charged for the first 24 hours, and you can cancel anytime. There's no risk with a 14-day money-back guarantee. Use the link in my description box and tell them Alexis sent you. Dating shows have been around in some form or the other since the days of radio, but started on TV in the 1960s. There was The Dating Game, which premiered in 1965. Both shows were a similar format to Love is Blind. Contestants were hidden from sight while a potential partner vetted their personality before a date. The Dating Game would air until 1999 and became a cultural touchstone, utilized in sitcoms and parodied. The novelty
What's up, Littlefoot? I'm gonna take this opportunity to take a shit real quick. Yeah, it's gonna take like 8 minutes. Yeah. I'm back. How long was that? Okay, okay, okay. Yeah. Warm up the. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm glad you know that. Yeah. Thank you. Wow. I got him. Come on! Good call. Oh, Burger Town, okay. Oh my fucking god. Don't they have to plant? Alright. Is there only one left? What the fuck? Okay. Wow. He disappeared like Batman through the smoke. I know for next time. Bomb is right there. What? Oh my gosh.
Yes. They say life will kill you only if you let it. If you want to live, you should probably bet it. If it's real talk, chances are I said it. Get a bar high. It's because I said it. Can't be empathetic or sympathetic for these rap dudes because they be pathetic. Can't get my, because I'm gonna regret it. You ain't get the message even though you read it. Buzzing on Reddit with the last Reddit. Waiting on a why you act so dope. Who is her supplier? I ain't so. Feel the eagles flying in the things you pass out. I'm gonna always take the cash route. I've been out here trying to get rich, so what the hell could I be mad about? Yeah, in your country cooking, I ain't talking sword, and I'm still a shit. You can check my drawers, and I'm with my dogs. You should never play unless you want these paws wet. Why you go so hard, nigga? Just because I don't see no flaws. Cool, there's some pause. You can use a hand, sorta like a. Put the with the sports, sorta like the cause. I just lost my grandmama in November. I'm a Saint Laurent, but I'm still a sinner. And my wrist froze. Hungry man dinner on your television like an antenna. Sipping literally. I can sell you peace. They say finals keep. Got no time for sleep. With my little baby, call him Dominique. Instagram the way I keep it real. Shit on my shoulder, lay.
Planting. Planting A. My bad. Jump. All right.
Greetings, family, and welcome to another episode of Wake Up Africa. My name is Dr. Mumbi Seraki. How you doing? How's everything going? This is Errol. Errol, come on. Thanks to every single person. Hey, come on, Errol. Come on, dude. Thanks to every single person, family, that supports us on Patreon. We appreciate, love you so much. Definitely consider supporting us on that platform for as little as $5 a month. And we have actually introduced like this kind of mentorship program on there. So definitely check it out. Amazing things are happening, family. Major corporations, major European corporations are starting to close down their businesses and exit operation across the motherland. Recently in Kenya, I am actually here to talk about Shell and of such low value. This is what now my gemologist friend was telling me. Titanium is something of such low value that it doesn't even make sense for the way they used to extract it and export it raw. It is something that it would add value to have done with it something locally. So there may be signs, allegedly, that more was being taken out. But those times are coming to an end, family. Because now we are no longer at the mercy of our corrupt leaders. We are under the jurisdiction of spiritual authority, family. Of ancient spiritual authority, because we have transitioned into spiritual time. Definitely check out my spiritual show, Dr. Mumbi's spiritual show, for more stories on the spirit and the spiritual time that we're in. But just know, family, whatever the 3D things are not in charge of 3D things anymore. So there's been something else that's been trending, and that is that Shell petrol station, but Shell, the oil part of Shell has actually closed down, or is looking to close down business in Nigeria, which is a massive sign, family. Although they were trying to play it down by saying that they have other businesses in Nigeria, so they're not leaving Nigeria, but they are giving up their onshore and offshore oil subsidiaries to a company called Renaissance. Interesting, huh? That is made up of, I think, 5 primarily local companies. And they have actually cited, I'm even reading from this article, Shell's intention to sell its onshore subsidiary has been long envisioned, with the company grappling with oil spills due to theft, sabotage, and operational issues resulting in costly repairs. And they also had those nasty, high-profile lawsuits. And by the way, family, allegedly, Shell has not even cleaned up the mess of some of these spills. So the people are wondering, will the government tax them on their way out? Will they have to pay this, or will the burden of cleaning up the mess be left to the new organization? And then the article was talking about how, when the news was leaked, the biggest trending tweets on Twitter, family, which is one of the major communications on the motherland, was talking about how Shell Oil was leaving Africa, and they had to do so much to counter that narrative. So it's very interesting that all these major corporations, I think ExxonMobil also left Nigeria, but it's very, very interesting. Let me know if you're on the motherland. Are there corporations, multinational corporations that are shutting down? Because, family, the corporations are the real puppet masters behind the scenes. And a lot of people think the Facebooks of this world and the Microsofts of this world are just, someone just invented them. No, these are military-grade products that are now released to the public, either to control the programming. Mainly it's been to try and control the narrative. So pay attention to the science, family. It's not business as usual on the motherland, and we are a new breed of African. They may think they're in physical control, but the physical don't matter anymore, because we're on spiritual time. And the last thing I'll say about this, family, is with everything that's happening on the motherland, the so-called Western nations, which I love to call Babylon, are actually losing control. They're not losing. They've totally lost control of the narrative. They are not able to control, to dress up the story to make them look good anymore. And this is what is changing up the game. And that's something atmospheric that they can't control anymore. But those are stories for other days. Tuko pamoja.
Do y'all hear all that noise in the background? Not the music, but the cars. All day, all night. Well, not all night, but all day they moaning in my ear. Shut up. Go do something. You spend all day driving past this weak ass apartment building. You suck. Grumpy. Fancy some Cold War? I haven't been to the store in like maybe 3 weeks. I gotta go buy crumpets. Watch them not have them. I'm gonna give y'all an update. Probably show the box on stream. Show the box. My stomach rumbling, and I already ate. I got to fart. If they had hardcore war mode, I would play it. 32 people on each team. No. Yes? Alright. On your mark, get set, go. Damn, what kind of Xbox you got? That shit taking a year to upload to reset. Yes. Mm. I'm gonna get shot. Alright. What? What? Oh my lashes. Oh my lashes. Unbelievable. feel like I owe you one. Whoa. Okay, you got 4 kills, 2 plants. Yeah. Of course. Oh, I still got him. Of course. Hmm? I got one of them. There's another one though. I saw him. I don't think so. Yeah, the only time I get kills is when they cooperate. Play a fair one. Yes. Oh! Wow. Mmm. Grumpy. Riot Shield in there. Wrong thing. Riot Shield above you. Nice. Let's go. It was two of them. Wow. He saw me. Oh, you go. Riot Shield in the back of our spawn. On what bomb is that? B? Yeah. What? Right there, right there. Right there. Oh. In that house, little foot upstairs. Must have left. Oh no, he's to your. No, left. Wrong building. I'm sorry, left. No, left. Up. You got him. Let's go. Well, time to go. Who got the bomb? I'm backing you up. I'm loud though. Alright, I'm gone. Oh! Yeah, of course. I get shot in the back when I'm trying to kill somebody. see him. I missed him. I missed him again. No way. Oh my lashes. How did I miss? It's me. Really? We should go A with the bomb. Somebody's in our spawn. Behind you, Littlefoot. Damn. Y'all hear the police in my ear? That's either the police or a mental health ambulance. like they have X-ray vision. It's gonna be one coming upstairs. It's one under your little foot. You're not coming upstairs. Left, left, left. uh, uh. I want to put this on the speakers real bad. Back out. And search and destroy, yeah. They don't play fair ones. Yeah. God damn. Nobody saw him? think you should, yeah, Plan B. In the middle. I'm not gonna get a kill all game. I'm gonna get outplayed every time. Cause I suck. Yeah, you need 43 of them. They just jumping in front of him, trying to get killed. I am. That's probably a dude. Where? Get up. Run. He's going to A. Look right. I'm gonna get shot. Two in the middle. The castle. That's a sheep. I'm not dying this round. Come get me. Try. 1v4? Where they at? They keep giving me everything but what I want. It's not gonna keep happening for the rest of my life. Maybe it will. I meant, like, it's not gonna keep happening for like 60 years. No fucking way. Dead. No. Not till I'm ready. Back out. Let's play Departures 24/7. Run it. Yeah, for under 2,400 card points. Run out there. How did I miss? You lit liquor. Right, Littlefoot? No. Matt killed you. No, over there. No. Get out of your spawn, pussy. I don't want to hear that shit. All right, all right. Are we in London? The Brienberg Hotel? Oh, I can hit the environment. It's one under apartment. Under apartment. Yeah. Got him. I'm a recon drone. What? Don't leave me alive, lass. What's the point of these orange cones? I'm tubing. One in a spawn. I shot A-Train in his fucking face. Pussy. Puss. Stinky puss. Jazzy mad. Oh, I'm dead. I have 7 kills off of tubes. Wow. I'm gonna turn somebody to some coins. Can I resupply tube ammo with the scavenger gloves? Do you know? You said no? Alright, yeah. I might not see why not, but the game devs might not do it. Might not put that in the game. Who knows? I'm gonna try it though. Deja vu. mm. Ooh, from downtown. Where they at? Check bomb. Why? I don't pull out. Where was he? No. know. Oh, behind me. How did she get behind me? All the way in the back of the spawn. Probably going B. Yeah. Mmm. Oh, this looks like it's about to be good. Zombies? Tell her to shut her mouth. Let's go. I'm ready. Oh, they behind us. What's this? Bones? Elite zombies incoming? Oh, shit. Oh. I'm going. Turned into some coins. Y'all saw that? No, I died. Oh. I'm tubing. Oh! Beat him like a pinata. I need that tube ammo. No extra tube ammo with the scavenger gloves. I'm taking them shits off. What? Oh, that was the enemy. I'm going to the next one. He got me. Woo! It's a lot of zombies around here. Uh-oh. Oh! Reload, reload! No! What? Look right, Littlefoot. Oh, he got you too? Man. I see him. There's somebody in the window, not even playing the objective. That was a great switch up.
Seen before. I was stunned. In like a good way, but also in like I need to get out of here.
Yeah, I gotta pee.
I had notes so that I could keep myself on topic. But while everyone's filing in, where are you guys tuning in from? Where are you tuning in from? What countries? What states of mind? Philly. Speaking of Philly, I host a podcast actually. Damn, okay, this is fast. Okay.
Yeah.
Liverpool. India. Finland. Kentucky. Cleveland. South Africa. Trinidad. Colorado. Montreal. South Africa. Toronto. North Carolina. Come on and raise up. Take your shirt off. Twist it around your head. Spin it like a helicopter. You know? Toronto. It smells bad. I can't. Louisville, Oregon, France, Cali, Russia. Y'all are everywhere. You know, I hate the internet, but I also love... Okay, Smokey Rose. Not you coming in hot with 20? Thank you. That's your 20th super chat. Ooh. I might not be able to see the whole live because I have an appointment, but hearts. Also, I missed Beyonce's show, but I'll be seeing Usher here in Denver in September. Seems like he puts on a very good show. And I forget that one of my first CDs that I like owned and bought was his Confessions album. I was like, I don't know how old I was. I was still living in Georgia, so I was pretty young. Maybe I was... When did Confessions come out? What year did Confessions come out? I'm also like, the screen is here, but I'm reading over here, so just bear with me. Also, I just got my nails done. Okay. 2000, somebody said 2004. Okay, most people are saying 2004. So I was 12. Yes, I was 12. Yes. But yeah, I listened to that album from the Ruda to the Tuda every day. Oh my god. It was so fun. It was so fun. I had no business listening to it, but I was listening to it, okay? I was listening. Let it burn. Walking down the street singing Burn, acting like I was Usher in the street. Oh my goodness. And I lived in Georgia at the time, so like that whole album was just huge, especially when Yeah came out, because everyone was like, "Hey, tell, is it lit?" You know. There is a cringy old photo of me and my friend. I think I was in the 7th grade. Me and my friend Charmaine, and we're both just holding up the... Yeah. Oh, goodness. Georgia. Georgia. Okay. So, before we get to this lady, whose name I can't seem to get out of my damn mouth, like... Beyonce, please don't send the goons. I'm not familiar with you, and I'm not claiming to be. Please don't send the goons. Anyway, I recently released a video about a certain film, a certain movie that the first time I watched, I thought was a bit long. If I'm being
On
honest,
top of the elevators.
It's actually going
Top
by a little
elevator.
quicker.
No, you missed.
Miss Poor Things.
Right there, you saw him. You saw him. He's gonna shoot you. Why you look away like that?
Medical laugh is wild. Said medical laugh. Oh, Sharon's back. Hey, Sharon. Athelius.
Do I know why?
Yes, but Poor Things is
And be like
a
that.
movie. It's a film. A lot of mixed reviews, and I want to say firstly that I love art and creative things and stuff like that. Obviously, I love entertainment. I love media. Yes, I like stuff that makes me think and
music or something, whatever, that's trying to tell me how I'm supposed to feel, and that's just a personal preference, which means it doesn't have to be your preference. My personal preference is I like to be able to have to sift through and understand what is this artist or creative or whoever trying to say, and then on top of that, what do I feel about what they're trying to say?
Go. Oh,
because
my lashes.
right and wrong will vary so much, I know philosophically, depending on who you ask, and that there do need to be objective things that we can agree on are right and wrong, yes, but because it varies so much from person to person, that's why I like to just interpret as opposed to say this is exactly what it is concretely.
I'm tubing too.
Meaning can also change over time. There are plenty of movies that we thought were okay and great back in the day, and then now we see them and it's like, that probably wasn't the best message. Or the other way around, something came out, we didn't appreciate it, and then later, years down the line, we're like, oh wow, that was actually a really beautiful thing, or oh, I wish more people had been invested in this, all of that. I say all of that to say, with something like Poor Things, when I'm approaching it, I'm coming at it to meet the film where it is. Understanding that I will have criticisms, but I'm not leading with my criticisms. Because there's a lot of stuff that I can miss when I close myself off to any other interpretation if I'm just focused on it shouldn't have done X, Y, Z. If I'm just focused on the way they chose to show it, which, yes, the way...
Turned them to some loose change.
optics instead of what is actually trying to be said that we miss a lot.
I should name that class Loose Change.
I wouldn't even say I'm critiquing a film, because I like to talk about things that I like. And if I'm complaining about something, it's usually because I want to like address it and fix it. Not because I just want to. There are some ranty videos online. Anyway. But for the most part, I like to talk about things that I like and enjoy and why I like and enjoy them. And so, yeah, with Poor Things, seeing it the second time, I was like, wow, I found this much more enjoyable than I did the first time. And I think it's because I already kind of knew this was a film, but also came into it having a bit more of an open mind with, okay, what is the story trying to say? Beyond whatever discomfort I might feel around how we got to this place. What is the story trying to say, knowing this is a fictional scenario, characters, whatever. Sorry, I realized there was a super chat that I missed. Not gonna lie, I would have died if I ran into you in Renaissance and NOLA. Change the way I see the world in a way Beyonce never could. Oh, well, we don't need to compare. Beyonce does different things. We all do different things. I appreciate that, though. Thank you very much. But yeah. Khadija defending Poor Things like a court-appointed public defender. How dare you? Court ordered. Oh no. Hello. Okay, my thing went out. It's back. Oh my god. Listen. I thought it was a good movie. And I think, and somebody said that I might have been reading too much into it, which is fair. Fine. But I think a lot of times we don't really...
Can I jump off, Littlefoot?
Stories that depict any sort of similarity or talk around or about childhood sexual assault, CSA, or CSA, childhood sexual abuse. Yeah, those types of stories, I'm curious to see if there are some where the character eventually moves through that and carries that with them, but is still able to unpack the messiness, the complicated feelings that may arise that you might have with sex when you're abused as a child. And I say that from personal experience. I've told you on this channel, oh, sorry, trigger warning. I started right into it. Because this is what I mean. I don't have shame around it. So, and it's not to say that you get triggered just because you have shame. There are plenty of other reasons you can get triggered for things. I know. I'm just saying that one of the reasons that, at least for me, I would get triggered when people talk about this kind of stuff is because I'm like, that's a something that happened to me that I feel deep wounds and shame about. But I've been in therapy. I haven't been in therapy this year, but I've been in therapy. Was in therapy for like 5 years. I spent a lot of time going through all different sorts of emotions around how I felt, what felt right, what felt wrong, all of this stuff. And that included with my relationship to, we'll call it furious jumping, as they do in the book. My relationship to furious jumping. It was very fraught because my first memories were confusing ones. So when I look at a character like Bella, and yes, this could be me reading too much into it, fair, but to me that's what good art does, then when I see her eventually coming to a place where she understands more of herself, and yeah, they could have been more careful in how they were telling a story. I don't think that was their point of talking about a secret story of agency after a woman deals with childhood sexual. No, I don't think they were really trying to say that, so this is me reaching with the text, but it's just to say, this is why I got something out of it. Because it felt like a character that was just so attracted to life, was just so attracted to pleasure and the things that feel good, and not just the things that feel good, but is then forced to see the things that aren't good, and to experience everything, and to then understand the world a bit more. And yes, we can still
I thought I dropped off the map.
Nice things about it doesn't mean that I don't think that there were things that I was like, oh, okay, girl, now, you know? Yeah, it's giving at the very end peak white woman's agency. She's got her minions around her, she's got her people around her and the animals, and she rules the house now. Whatever. Like, I don't know. My hope is that they're all socialists and they all just live in a commune together. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. They didn't really expand on that, and I haven't read the book yet, so there's stuff that people were saying was in the book.
What was he doing?
Oh my God! Bellamy!
What was she doing?
There's stuff that people were saying was in the book that could have added more context and all this other stuff, so fair, but...
Oh, I forgot, yeah.
Listen, I like
I forgot that quick.
Doesn't make it easy on the audience. I like something that makes people feel a little uncomfortable, that forces you to engage with it and think about why you don't like it, or what is not right about it. But let's get into these comments real quick before we move on to this lady. I have Spanish subtitles on quite a few of them. I just haven't done Spanish subtitles in a minute because money, honestly, it's the truth. I've been trying to do more sponsorships as well so that I can like pay for some shit. Cause yeah, Raul used to do the CCs on videos, but there's still, at least in the You Can Always Change Your Mind playlist, those are definitely closed captions with English and Spanish. And then there's some with English.
Remember the tubes. You can't go out to the normal window.
Sorry, I'm just reading through the comments. Oh yes, Sharon, thanks for putting the Here Together pod in there.
Did you die? Okay.
Okay. Let me take this off the screen because we will be moving on. I thought the movie was okay. The storytelling was interesting, but the early parts of the movie kind of dragged for me. Overall, I think Emma deserved her nomination, but I'm not sure the whole movie does. Fair.
Oh, he's on the scaffold somewhere. What?
God damn it. Gosh darn it, Beyonce. This thing's a little bit slow, my live stream. Oh, that's why it is. I was wondering what was up. Okay. Listen, confronted with my relationship to this lady a lot the last like 7 months, I'd say. Yeah, the last 7 months especially, I have really been confronted with my
Two over here.
needing to unpack my relationship to this lady right here. Am I pointing in the right direction? I'm looking at the monitor to see if I am. Yeah. Okay, perfect. It's a little slow.
And one hit me in the back of the head. Right there, you got him.
Where do we start? Where do we fucking start? Okay, God, it's complicated, and I'm gonna say all the things. I'm just gonna be honest with y'all. You can say I'm excusing bad behavior. You can say whatever. I don't give a shit. This is the internet. If you would say it to my face, don't write it in a
watch them
comment.
shits.
But if you would say it to my face, then don't be mean. Damn, bitch. I'm sensitive. I'm kidding.
Let's go!
No, I'll cry. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Okay. So, I wrote notes down because I was talking with one of my friends about it, and she also sent me a paper that we're gonna go through together in a bit. But I do have to get out of here at 3:30 because I have a meeting, girl. Oof, today is packed. Listen, all right. The first thing I want to say about Miss Knowles Carter. I just want to say Knowles, not Carter, but anyway. Beyonce's appeal for me, and y'all can let me know if it's the same for you, is because I can remember when I first heard da ba ba. This is the remix. Dun dun say no, 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 no. Listen, I have older siblings that are older millennials. So yeah, my sister used to do the thing where you'd like record music on a videotape, all the music videos you like, so that you could play them without a commercial. So that and like Aaliyah's music was on there, Spice Girls, all that stuff. So I remember the writings on the wall. Thou shalt. What was it? Thou shalt. Something between each one. When they had the other album with Bootylicious, it's like, I will survive. The end of I Will Survive's being sexy. I will survive being bootylicious. Like when she first came out with Crazy in Love and everyone was doing the walk. When Deja Vu came out and she was running around Jay-Z like this. Listen, I've been here for a while, okay? I'm 31. I have been here for a while. So, firstly, it's a pure nostalgia place that I come from. Ring the alarm. That alarm. Ring the alarm. I would do this too long, but I'll be there. Listen, but bitch, she has hits. She has hit after hit after hit after hit after hit. I was even there, and this is how you know, because who of you remembers Carmen, a hip opera?
Moist taco.
Who remembers it? Carmen, a hip opera. Check the comments to see which one of y'all does.
She left? I don't know.
Yeah. Premiered on BET. Yep. Beyonce's first acting gig. Yep. Carmen, a hip opera. One could almost say that my delving into pole dancing, ratchet shit, and opera, trying to combine the two, might have been birthed there. Who knows? Yeah. Y'all need to look that up. Let's get Carmen a hip opera trending again. I'm kidding. But anyway, I say all of this to say, all this shit to say, that I have been a Beyonce fan, whether I even intentionally walked into that or not, since I was like 8. So, because of that, I grew up with her. I know a lot of other people grew up with her as well. And it's been really interesting to see the different iterations of her career, to see how long she's lasted, to see her evolve, to see her change with the times, with her audience, to see her art change and evolve and get better and better. So, bro, I understand. This is why I start with it's complicated, and I try to start here. Because the other thing that I think about Beyonce that I was understanding or kind of articulating to my friend yesterday was, yes, she gives capitalists, but she's not a sellout. So it makes it a bit tricky. And I mean in the same way that like Adele probably gives capitalists because she, I don't know, like capitalists in terms of hoarding wealth. So there are different elements of capitalism, but like the hoarding wealth part, because in order for you to be classed that way, shout out to my friends Reed for breaking this down.
Bookstore.
But in order for you to be classed a certain way,
Right there, Littlefoot in front of you.
lower class.
You see?
Requires on others to have less of the pie, so you can have more. Whether
Yeah, no
you're
worries.
having so much that it's anyway. People like to talk about the difference between billionaires and millionaires. Whatever. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying the hoarding of the wealth part, right? That's what gives the most capitalism, and potentially exploitation of labor, depending on what their contracts and labor practices are. Who knows, though? But it's interesting because, though, a lot of them are artists that have been in the same positions where they have been exploited for their labor and stuff, too. So when they're at the forefront of that, they get sucked into the capitalist category, and sometimes I think we need to, like, I don't know, maybe be more specific with how we mean they're participating in it, so that it's not just throwing that word everywhere and then it losing its meaning, because then everyone can just be a capitalist to varying degrees, so we have to be specific. But yes, but in the same way of like an Adele, where Adele has probably been offered every kind of contract under the sun and doesn't seem to say yes to everything, because it seems like she truly does care about her art and her craft and being a musician. The thing that I've always gotten from Beyonce, and I don't know her, I don't know Adele, same type of vibe of always putting whatever you can for your art first. That is the priority. And there's some selfishness in that. There's ego in that. I'm an artist and creative, and I will be the first one to admit, my vision. It's like, girl, people are dying. Your vision, calm down. So I get it, but I'm just, But even someone like a Kendrick, like these people will do brand deals and sponsorships and stuff, but they're very selective. They don't just say yes to everybody, because to them, and this is just my bias speaking through, because this is how I like to approach these sorts of things, it's a means to an end. To be able to do the art and creativity that you want, you have to be a sellout to a certain degree so that you can actually make money to do it, especially if you want to do it on the scale that these people are doing it on.
Yeah.
When you're trying to be an artist or a creative in this time period, and it's something you want to do and make a living off of, you have to have some level of audience. You have to have some type of audience, because the whole deal is I create X project, creation, whatever, and I sell it to the people. Because in order for me to live and work and do the things, I need to sell my labor. And my labor happens to be something that others can consume in this way, in an entertainment way. So because of that, begs the question to me, and this is something I've been thinking about since yesterday, so it's not a fully fleshed out thought, but what is the role of now, if you want to be an artist or creative, are you just can you just expect that you are a capitalist, and you just have to be choosy about how much of a capitalist you are? Do you know what I mean? As a former fan, it's hard for me to care about her and defend her at all when she brags about being a billionaire with her weird husband. Her weird husband. Jesus. Scale. Like her artistry and audience spans decades, I believe her impact is undeniable in any context. Huh? Yeah. Okay, Jada. You said it. Most most of us that speak against capitalism still participate in it every day. It's complicated, LOL. It is.
Yes, yeah, it's one in there.
She's a little
Let's
sellout, though.
go.
Yes, I'm not saying she isn't. I'm saying that when you want to be an artist, especially to that scale, there's no way you can't be a sellout. There's no way. To that scale, y'all. If your idea is, I want to get my art, my creation, my gift to the world or whatever to as many people as possible, that's going to require selling out. Even me creating videos online, having a fraction of the audience, right? More fractions, but anyway. There are elements of selling out that I've participated in and done. And you want some fortune? I'm kidding. But there's also a lot I've said no to because, yeah, sometimes being broke is hard, but honestly, I've been broke most of my life. So I can figure it out. It's going to be fine. You know what I'm saying? Like, it sucks. It's ashy, but it's not anything that I have not known or experienced. So, tee-hee, woo, you know? Employee of the month.
I got him.
Oh, here we go. It's like in order to survive, capitalism has become the necessity. No, because you're right. I would sell it for a sponsorship, though, because I got loans. Me too, girl. Like, the debt is real. So, and especially when you have family that you want to take care of, too. I think about my family and my relatives, and I'm like, I want to have money so that I can provide for them. Like, I know, me as an individual, I can't change the whole world, but I can make things better for the people around me. And when I first started YouTube, I didn't want to make money because I was scared of what that does to somebody. And then, I've talked about this a lot of times, had a conversation with my dad, and it's still something I feel guilt over. Like, it's just something I am still trying to parse out for myself. But even talking with my dad about it, he was like, well, what would you do to make money, though? Like, would you be like those people that you don't want to be like, or would you actually be different? And I was like, I want to hope I'd be different, but damn, I don't know. What if I'm a monster? You know? Like, what if I find out I'm fucking Jeff Bezos' cat? No. Not to that. I feel so bad. You know? It's just like, that's not very nice. It's not my vibe. But I think you always you know. What if I found out I want to buy planes? Yeah, what if I discover a new hobby is yachts? Could y'all fucking imagine? I'm trying to picture it, but truly, I'd have that immigrant parent mentality, right? Walk in and be like, how much was this? Girl, we could have all flown to Greece first class all together with that money. What? Girl, we could have rented a mansion, did a road trip somewhere. What? You know? I'd rent. I'd rent on a yacht for a day. Be like, yeah, we're all going on a yacht for a day. Let's rent it. But buying one, girl, you got yacht money? If I had yacht money, girl. If I had yacht money, girl, that has to go somewhere. I feel too weird. It would just be weird. And also, my parents would be like, so you just gonna keep all that money? Like, my parents would not let me. No, I'm sorry. I grew up with West African Muslim parents. My dad, if he has money, he's like, he just gives it away. Very charitable, whereas my dad is just very frugal and always giving away money. Like, he's like, I don't need it. The dunya, this life is nothing. I need to give back. Like, my dad is definitely the descendant of Islamic sheep herders. Okay, sorry, that was a long tangent. Anyway. Oh, thank you. Yes, I just braided my hair, y'all. How do we know what she's doing with her money? If they just donate for tax write-offs, she could be making a difference behind the scenes. We don't know. And that's also very fair, because I don't think it's necessarily that great to, like, I don't know. I just don't get when people, like, broadcast that they money away. Like, I've never, that's not my vibe. And again, going back to my parents as well, like, yeah, my dad would just be like, the minute you get something, he'd be like, okay, good. Now you have to give half of that away. And then on top of that, like, yeah, don't tell anyone. Like, for your birthday, you should be giving money away for your birthday. You should be doing, like, that's like his kind of mentality about stuff. So yeah, I don't know. I think being quiet about it, not boasting about it. It's like, you should do this because this is what, for him, what we believe in Islam is one of the 5 pillars, but also just as a general thing. And it doesn't need to be broadcast because it's not about what you gave away. It's just about you doing the act. So yeah, I feel like that's the kind of grace I try to offer to someone like her as well. Because I don't know her, but what harm does it do to not offer the grace? For me, at least. People that do something good and tell everyone tend to be insufferable. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. And like, sometimes you can feel pressure too, because the audience, folks that are watching you, will be like, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? And it's like, well, I didn't want to make it a big thing, because if I do, y'all will be like, that's weird. But if I don't, y'all will be like, why didn't you do anything? You know what I mean? So it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't, when you reach a certain level of fame and notoriety, like a Beyonce. But anyway, Beyonce did not grow up broke. She grew up upper class, middle class, or I think upper class. She grew up with some money, so it's not to say that she has struggled her whole life, but it's also not to deny not to say she hasn't struggled in her life, but she talks about her struggles and uses those sometimes, and some folks would criticize that as to an advantage, because what kind of struggles could she have that would be similar to a regular everyday person? And it's going to be different, but I think we always still need to understand that, like, just because you're a super visible person does not mean that you have as much power as people think. And if you're part of a musical system, I'm sure Beyonce has a lot more power over her music, over her creative image, all of that. Like, she has all that power now, but she didn't start out that way. And so her struggles are unique. Oh, good. Because they really are unique. They really are. Yeah, she didn't financially struggle growing up, and she is still a marginalized person in this business. There's probably so much shit she had to smile and grin and bear it through just to last as long as she has in this industry. So I never want to take that away from anyone, because it's always relative. Like, what I've had to deal with and can handle will be very different from somebody else, and vice versa. But it's also to say that we should maybe be a bit more mindful of putting her on a pedestal of thinking she knows exactly what I've been feeling and can relate exactly on that level. But when she's talking about certain issues, she's talking from a place of experiencing it from the exact same place I have. Because that's probably not the case, to be honest. Wealthy people are in a world of their own, honestly. Yeah. Yeah. I think
Primary
poor people
weapons,
become more
melee.
conscious rich people, but it's very rare that poor people ascend that high, because low social mobility and so on. Yeah, yeah. Somebody got their autism diagnosis this week. Ayy. Mrs. Carter had a very privileged life in Houston with a little coin and a loving, colorist community. Don't knock or discount that. Damn. Oh my God, I can't. The other part of all of this with Beyonce that I struggle with, and this is something I struggle with any artist, is how much am I to expect of them? Really? If I'm trying to paint a picture of who I think Beyonce the brand is, because I'm
Let's
not
play
talking about
Mosh
Beyonce
Pit.
the person, because we don't know her, but Beyonce the brand. If I'm trying to paint a picture of that,
Small man Mosh Pit.
what does that mean then for my expectations of her artistry,
Oh yeah,
creativity,
you said
what
that.
she'll do, what she'll speak out on, what she'll say, what she won't say? Because people noticed that she spoke out a lot more when she started.
Are you saying you have a fear of
Once Parker
commitment?
came around, she was representing herself, when she was working for herself, when she had longevity in the music industry. Now she could start being like, bitch, I'm black, you know, like really lean into it. Because there's the Hollywood black, just like Hollywood fat, like you're like kind of, but not too much like the thing, you know, you can still coax, but you can still, you're palatable to this industry that makes a lot of assumptions about audiences. But anyway. But I think Beyonce is like the perfect late stage capitalist artist, celebrity, because she does care about her work. She is passionate about it, it seems. And she is invested in black capitalism, in black folks achieving wealth and success. So in that way, in my mind, and this is again me giving her grace and the nostalgia and all the things I said at the beginning of this, she is not, I don't think it comes from a malicious place of wanting to see black elevation through capitalism, but it comes from a not reading and truly engaging in the materials, reading, listening, whatever, but engaging in the materials of the same types of revolutionaries and stuff that her and her husband will quote and use in music and stuff. Because if she did, then she'd be like, oh, JK, these people said that capitalism would not liberate black folks. Interesting, you know? But when money is the main currency, and it's the only way that any of us can feel like we have any sort of privilege or leverage in this world, it makes sense to go at it from a mindset of, well, let's just get more money. But if you're trying to get rid of this idea that forces us to think that we have to just make more money in order to be able to just live, then you're never going to agree with a Beyonce's outlook. Because it don't make no damn sense to you. You're like, but we could just get rid of capitalism. But for someone like her, maybe, she's like, you can't get rid of it. So why aren't we trying to work within it? You know, they get at the end of the day, it really comes
It's a defense mechanism.
us all agreeing that we want the same things of like liberation and freedom for people, but not knowing how to go about it. And I like to try and be a bridge, I guess. Some of y'all critiques ain't even focus on what we talking about, if she a good singer or not. We know she is. Yeah, girl, nobody is going to critique Beyonce's musical ability, her way of creating a show, the visionary that she is. If you gonna fight me on that, you may as well just talk to a wall, because I'm not going to even entertain
Another one.
Like, I'm not a hater. Even if I don't like the way Onika Mirage acts, her behaviors, all of that shit, it is still shocking to me that she hasn't won a Grammy, and I will still say that, because it is kind of shocking. But I understand all the things around it as to why she hasn't. I know the story, whatever, but anyway. We're not talking about Beyonce as a musician. I'm trying to talk about, and I got 6 minutes to get these points across. Okay. I'm trying to more so talk about what is our expectation and relationship to not just celebrity, but artist. Because I think celebrities, when you want to be famous, when you want that sort of stuff, that's more so, like, you can't really expect too much from people that just want the attention and the fame, because there's only like, their values and beliefs and morals are all contingent upon attention. And that's just, so they'll do what they need to get the attention. That's just me trying to say it as, like, neutrally as possible. For artists, so thinking about, because a lot of artists now, as I said earlier, if you want to be able to be an artist and create in this type of world, in this type of market, in this stage of capitalism, you have to be willing.
If he came out.
You have to have an audience, and you have to have an audience willing to engage with you, and therefore convert that attention and engagement into money. Otherwise, it's just going to be hobby, because you cannot live and sustain yourself off of that. YouTube, for me, it's become a job now, more than anything. And it's a job I still appreciate and am grateful for, because most of all my other jobs have been labor-induced. Like, not, this is labor, but like, I mean like physical labor. I mean standing all day. I mean all this other shit, like customer service, serving, running around, all of that. So it's nice to have a job where I can do it from home for the first time, but also it's still a job. What I would want to be doing is my operatica stuff. It's my creative stuff, but I have to pay the rent and make sure these damn cats are fed. So I have to work. Literally working right now. It just looks and is, it's in entertainment to an extent though. So a whole swath of any pop audience that will eye roll and abandon their artists if that artist gets any career actual practices. Sinead O'Connor, you lose a visibility when you do the right thing. That too. People like to say, oh, we should care about the right thing, all this other stuff. But when somebody actually stands up and does it, and I've been that person in certain spaces sometimes, which is why sometimes I just shut my mouth. Because people will complain all day long, and then you stand up and say something, and then you're looking around for other people that were the ones who were complaining to say some shit too, and they're nowhere to be found. I've been in many situations like that, and for me, sometimes I'm just like, especially when I was working at places, I'd be like, let me just keep my mouth shut, because you bitches, y'all will not say anything else. I said it, and because I have a high tolerance for conflict. It takes me a minute. I need to like sit for a second, but I'm gonna always get back to it. Like, I don't have an issue having confrontation or conflict with people. That's just life. If I can't, my therapist said this, if I can't hear your no's, how can I ever trust your yeses? If you're always yes, nice, whatever to me, how can I ever trust that you don't want to be, how can I ever trust that you actually want to be where you say you want to be? If you never say no to me.
I can hear you.
Kim says, others who are as talented as Beyonce won't make it as big because they won't be as willing to engage in capitalism as she is. And yeah, and this is where it comes down to choice. And this is why I respect honesty more than anything. If somebody just looks at me and is like, listen, man, I had to do X, Y, Z so that I could sell these damn albums. I'm like, I recognize it, fair. This is why I try to be to y'all. I don't act like, I think a lot of people have assumptions about me based off the videos that they see. And
I'm going around back.
Fair, but I'm going to tell y'all the truth. If I got to make some coin this month and I got to take some sponsors, I'm like,
I'm coming up behind her.
You know what it is?
I got her!
You know what it is.
Good call out.
I run away from conflict given any opportunity. It's a problem. Physical labor / in-person customer service gives you real perspective on capitalism as opposed to sitting in an executive office. It hits differently. Yep. Where is the line though? Beyonce is a billionaire. She could stop tomorrow and be just fine. But this is the thing. She is an artist. And what I mean is, if money was not a thing at all, if we imagined a world where money did not exist, Beyonce would probably still be doing the same thing she's doing, because she likes to do this work, this job, this art, this creativity. So it's not about, oh, she could stop tomorrow, she doesn't need to acquire more. It's about when you are somebody that is in that, and this is what I mean, the difference of artist and creative versus just entertainer or celebrity. When you care about that, it doesn't matter necessarily. At a certain point, the money is a nice and beneficial privilege, but it's less about that. At least from my outside looking in. Okay, y'all, I have a meeting. I'm so sorry. But Beyonce can't always change her mind. She can. Who knows? Maybe she has a whole thing where she's leaving money to her kids and then she leaves a bunch to random charities all over the world when she dies. We don't know. Sorry this was so short. I might hop on again a bit later to finish up this conversation. But yeah, thank you so much for watching. Yes, thank you. She should definitely change her husband. Y'all need to stop this before somebody comes and gets me. Anyway, yes, I will maybe pop back on in here later to finish this up because there's still so much to say. Oh my God. But thank you so much for watching, y'all. And yeah, don't forget to feed your plants, water your plants, and remember you can always change your mind because you can. And I will maybe see you later today or in the next one.
supposed to have your back as a husband. They're supposed to have your back in your decision making and support you. But there are some things that your partner should allow you to do on your own as a grown woman, especially kids that are not his. So we're going to listen to what the son had to say first. And then after we listen to what the son has to say first, then we're going to listen to what Monique and her daddy has to say. Now, before I play this, there seemed to be a lot of people who was upset that the son was speaking. And to that, I say, a lot of people who have a problem with him speaking out and speaking now, those are the same people that when Monique brung up D.L. Hughley's strained relationship with his daughter and how he handled things with his daughter's situation, they bigged her up and they was okay with her spilling the tea about D.L. Hughley and his daughter and bringing all of that stuff to the surface. But then when she mentions her son and he responds to his mother, everybody has a problem with that. I mean, that's crazy. But we're going to listen to it and we're going to see what it is. Somebody said the son is looking for clout. Not everything is somebody looking for clout. If I have a parent and I have a strained relationship with my parent and my parent is trying to act like, oh, I apologize to him.
Really?
I'm working through things with my son. But if I'm the child and I know that my parent has not really made an effort to be in my life or made an effort, like some people feel like they want to call a spade and call it what it is. So if Monique could tell her truth and speak her truth about who had ill will against her and she always goes against how she feels about how Tyler Perry and Oprah wronged her, why can't her son speak his truth? Why is it looking for clout because he's speaking his truth on his interaction with her? Like, why is it one-sided? Like, only Monique is able to tell her grievances? That's not really how it works. But let's go and listen to what he had to say.
Can't you drop the bomb?
And then we'll listen to what Monique had to say.
All right.
To address the Club Shisha interview that she did, where she states that she prays to the universe.
How do you drop the bomb?
As I stated, is odd. My mother and I both know that that is a very
I'm holding it.
And I would like to free her of having to continue telling that lie.
On the D-pad.
Without work is dead, and neither one of us cares to put.
It's not working.
All right, so basically what he's saying right there is, you sitting on Club Shay Shay, you saying that you're putting it to reconcile your relationship with me, but he quotes, faith without work is dead, meaning you're saying that you're putting it in the universe, but you have not put any effort into actually reconciling. That's my translation of what he said right there.
Reconcile with the other. We are separate, as she put it, because she doesn't care to be my mother any more than I care to be her son. Neither one of us has had the desire to reach out to the other in a very long time, and I don't think that either of us anticipates that feeling ever returning. Speaking with my mother directly, in my experience, will either lead to some odd newfound moment of clarity in regards to how she was as my mother, or she retreats back to daddy to move forward with the conversation. And
all right, so he says she moves back to daddy to move forward the conversation, meaning you need your daddy to tell you how to move. And she a grown woman, she shouldn't need no person, husband, or anybody to tell her how to move as it pertains to her son.
Tired of hearing my mother's truths.
Let me just replay it from the start without me interrupting.
Address the Club Shisha interview that she did, where she states that she prays to the universe in regards to reconciling our relationship, as I stated, is odd. My mother and I both know that that is a very false narrative, and would like to free her of having to continue telling that lie. Faith without work is dead, and neither one of us cares to put forth any effort to reconcile with the other. We are separate, as she put it, because she doesn't care to be my mother any more than I care to be her son. Neither one of us has had the desire to reach out to the other in a very long time, and I don't think that either of us anticipates that feeling ever returning. Speaking with my mother directly, in my experience, will either lead to some odd newfound moment of clarity in regards to how she was as my mother, or she retreats.
One came this way.
To move forward with the conversation.
Yeah.
Tired of hearing my mother's truths. But to address the Club Shisha,
I'm coming from around back.
Responding this way, I feel as though it allows me to say my piece uninterrupted. To those wondering, well, why say something now? Call it a form of therapy for me, I suppose.
I see him. I got him. That wasn't the last one?
Intentionally stated that they have 3 sons, but his wife is on the internet talking about the 4th son in a video that has millions of views. That rubbed me the wrong way. But anyway, to inform a child that you are not interested in being a mother at a time.
Somebody said the audio is low. I think he's not talking loud in general. Like the video, the original video is not that loud in general, and I don't have a way of making it any louder because the original is not loud, and so I don't have my mixer or anything to try to like amplify the sound in any way. So if it's low, I apologize. There's nothing really I can do about it right now.
They're going to be again.
Only kid that has the potential to lead a child to believe that you are not interested in them specifically. Newsflash, I'm not sure if people know, but standing in your truth doesn't make you noble. But to take it a step further, you also admit, my mother had also admitted to me that she didn't do the best job that she could do, which would also make one begin to question, all
Ray, is that better?
and prior emotional interactions. But to be completely honest and fair, those were things that I was willing to get over. Nobody's perfect, we're all human, but my mother showed a clear lack of humility, compassion, and consideration when taking any level of accountability for those things. My mother does a fantastic job of acknowledging a lot of things, but she doesn't take accountability very well, and anything that she may take true accountability for, it's only at her convenience, in my experience.
All right, so basically what he's saying is he doesn't feel like anytime his mother has apologized that it was convenient. He feels like when she apologizes or anything like that, it's for her benefit and not just to, do what's genuine. That's all basically.
But if I had to guess, though, her interest in being a mother probably started.
Thank you.
But to take it a step further, you also admit around the time that she married her daddy and had his children, but that interest, obviously seemed one-sided, and as it should have been. By that time, I'm in my late teens, so to some degree, the neglect becomes easier to hide or validate, I guess you could say. There are now 2 baby boys in the house, that require attention.
Nobody back there? Oh yeah, he was back there. Oh! Princess Kylie and I spawn. Whoa. He dropped down. She's under the plane. There she go. In the back there? Okay. Is it going to A, wrapping around back they spawn? Where's she at? You gotta tell me. Yeah. My feet loud. What? One in there, little foot. Don't go. Look right. Behind you. Damn. We about to lose this. Dual wield long shot. He must have his sensitivity on like 1. What? I got it? Oh. Okay, so holding down on the D-pad doesn't work unless they want it to. Look at that. Think he's still in there? Nah, she not there no more. I got loud feet. Cockpit, back of the plane. Which one? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Back. Dum dum. Good call, Littlefoot. Are you went out? Wow. Littlefoot, I gotta go. All right, stream. 6 hours. I can go for another 6. I got nothing to do. 97 subscribers. I know it's more people watching this than YouTube is showing me. Let me get to 100 subscribers. 1,000. That's all I want. That's not all I want, but that's a start. All right. See y'all later. Peace.